Okay. Da, 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 da. All right. Hello, everybody. It has been a while, and this is going to be a bit rusty, but thank you very much. We are back. Say hi, everybody.
Hello. Are we audible?
Oh god, yeah. You know what's saying hi? It's the fucking cars or motorcycles in the back on my behalf.
Room. Yes.
Quest, are we audible though?
Yes, you
Are we
are.
all coming through? Oh, good.
Are you audible?
I should be. It's showing green on my end.
Audible.com.
Okay.
This
No,
stream
no.
was sponsored by Audible.
No.
Sponsored by
It's a step above Raid Shadow Legends, but God, for legal disclaimers, we are not actually sponsored by Amazon
We are a non-profit
Yet.
organization.
yet.
Like, we're an anti-Amazon stream. No, I'm kidding.
Well,
they
you,
own us.
you say that considering that the Twitch runs off of the
The
Amazon backend streaming API.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think technically speaking, all of us are sponsored by Amazon because we are on Twitch.
Yeah, we are allowed the privilege of streaming by Twitch and by extension Amazon. Anyway,
We find ourselves within the proverbial jaguar's mouth, but now for the time being, let's not worry about said jaguar's mouth.
Yes, it's
And
warm
now,
and
Bon
comfy
Jovi.
in here. Please don't bite down, oh gracious overlords. Anyway, that small disclaimer out of the way. Let's do a quick little recap because it has been a little bit.
Stuff happened.
But things happened. A dragon
Shit happened.
died at one point. Entirely incidental, had nothing to do with the party, I'm sure.
I don't kill him.
If I remember, to do a quick recap going from left to right, Karya, you are currently in mourning, keeping people away from the dragon's body. If I remember correctly, you said that you ate its heart and eyes. Raw.
Nah, just the heart. Eyes are fine.
Okay. Someone's going to be mad about that. But you know what?
I specifically
No.
told him not to do it.
To be fair, you don't exactly get dibs over the corpse.
Yeah,
I think
we
family
don't get
members
dibs over the corpse.
I mean, like, you specifically in the group. It was a shared effort. There was very little discussion about the divvying up of body parts considering the rather heavy mood from last session. I feel like people didn't feel it appropriate to talk about dissecting the dragon's body just so shortly after discovering that the thing was brainwashed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kario's currently depressed.
Yeah, he may or may not have had to put down one of his uncles or something.
You know, understandable.
That or a cousin. You can never tell with dragons. Anyway, Siren is currently, I believe,
Uncle
with
Ron.
him,
Yeah.
along with Vair. Blake went off to go join the festivities. Hollow is... Where is Hollow?
I believe I was going back to get the cart, and I was dragging Chico along with me, who we
Yes.
could probably assume is like either unconscious or something right now.
Chico is currently singed, missing quite a bit of her fur, and probably more or less just exhausted and not really in the mood for anything at this point. So, you know, not unconscious, but probably
Out of it.
just looking forward to getting back to her in-room.
I'm gonna be honest. What's new?
What
is
the-
new?
Scooby-Doo. Shizuka has gone off to go reconnect with the king and ignite the celebrations. And Vark, where'd you go, Vark?
Is this past the conversation we had near the dragon still?
Yes.
Ooh, good question actually. I don't have any pressing personal issues, so unless he wants some alone time, I'll just follow Karya. He does funny stuff.
He's
Yeah.
currently
does
sitting
funny
by the
stuff.
dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
And
is
what's-
guarding
just-
it from rowdy celebrators, opportunistic scavengers, and just generally speaking, in mourning as well as protection.
Mhm.
Okay. Is Siren there?
Yes.
Yes.
Then there will be funny stuff. I'll stay here.
Oh, and don't forget that Siren fucking called my dad.
Oh, I
yeah,
know.
that was that
Yeah,
whole thing.
the
You were there for
reason,
that,
This is
actually.
one of the funniest things that happened.
Oh,
Yes.
Vark,
It
yeah,
was
Vark probably
cool.
overheard it. So the thing is, Siren stayed behind because, you know, when someone dies, she likes to, you know, take some time to respect mourning and help with funeral rites and stuff. But then, in the meantime, while giving Karya a moment, she did the call with Orthos, intending for one thing to happen, but then another thing happened. And now she
Oh,
has a nice little tattoo on her neck.
Yeah, I saw that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Getting
You have been
neck
called.
tattoos.
You
I
must.
told you
You
I
must
saw that.
answer.
Mhm.
Mhm.
You must go to the throat of the world.
Thanks for getting a neck tat for my dad, by the way. Real, real nice.
Mm. This is one bad turn away from going into becoming a trashy novel.
Yeah, no, don't like that.
Yep.
Uh,
So,
Ooh,
should I
Vark
flip a
is
coin?
already-
Should I flip a coin? I was going with tired old man, but we could go ugly bastard on your father.
No,
Oh,
Va-
no.
Vark-
Oh no.
Vark has already written down multiple bad names for this trashy romance novel. On Beating Wings is one.
Oh my god.
Mm,
oh my god.
father of dragons.
We can stop now. Joking.
Here
The
be
Great
dragons.
Worm.
Great Worm Stew is a great man. Okay, we don't make fun of him.
I like it.
Dragon D's
Hmm.
heart
Formerly
across the
United
continent.
Kingdom.
Excellent. So while Vark is currently processing his involvement with another scrape with near death and the first dragon slaying that's been recorded in quite a while, by dreaming up trashy romance penny dreadfuls about two of his closest friends who may or may not be pining for one another while sitting next to the decomposing corpse of said dragon, we will move along a little bit. Lovely. I'm glad I could incite
I
that.
beg to differ. May or may not be pining for one another.
Oh, it's incredibly obvious.
Yes.
What?
Even to him. And that
I'll
means
have
something.
you know,
That Vark,
Siren
the
believes
most
she's being very, what is it? Conspicuous?
Subtle or inconspicuous?
Subtle? Inconspicuous. I never know if it's conspicuous or inconspicuous. Inconspicuous.
Conspicuous means to be obvious. Inconspicuous
So
means to be subtle.
inconspicuous.
Yes.
I may not know what love is. But whatever they got going on, it's that.
that.
Now I've just got the mental image of the group rolling along in the big old cart, bouncing along to "What Is Love." Hell, maybe that's what they were bouncing along to as they were running from the dragon.
The hardcore
Um,
version.
Eurobeat.
At one
To
point,
be-
like,
To be fair, for running away from the dragon, I more imagined Benny Hills.
You know what? Fair.
I need
one-
a hero.
one day there'll be there'll be like a bloopers reel of this story where it's just Vark in the cart alone grabbing like his pencil like a microphone and going, I wanna know what love is.
We're gonna make a musical out of
Stares
this.
longingly. He
Over
stares
the-
longingly at
Oh,
the flower crown. It's just
Everyone
Alternatively,
has their karaoke song.
Yes, everybody has their special character solo that's supposed to be like their establishing.
I can't wait till
Cover.
we sell out and get a Broadway musical.
God.
The Irisian Broadway musical.
this is the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow.
Damn it. Shut up, Jay.
Yo. Oh. Anyway, I don't want to get hit by Disney. So
Anyway.
All pause.
Vateman is already aiming as we speak.
Oh no.
They have, oh god, I can see the sniper already.
Mhm. He's on the grassy knoll. It's right over here.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's a grassy knoll right there.
Anywho,
Mhm. So
moving
we've established
swiftly
where you guys
onwards.
are going to be for a little bit. Karya, Thirin, Vair, and Vark, in this case, you would be aware that after about a half an hour, actually more quick than that, about 15 minutes later, You do occasionally get the like some of the party is spilling out of the city, but obviously could not be constrained by the city walls and paved roads. Some people are taking the party out onto the grassy meadows around the city, and how can one argue against that? The city is surrounded by beautiful fields and flower meadows. People are taking picnics. Some people are drinking. Others are dancing in the fields. And the city is jumping and thriving as the news begins to spread like wildfire. For you guys, a detachment of military, some armed with rifles, some with halberds and swords, come to within a distance of the dragon and set up a perimeter around it and begin to act as bouncers to keep celebrants away from the dragon's body.
This is the part where Siren and Vark, they both notice that they're making a perimeter around. They start discussing like, oh, what are they planning to do? Like, I wonder if they're gonna take something from the body or if they're going to bury it. I wonder what's gonna happen. And then we turn around and we just see Karya eating the heart, and we're like, what? What are you doing?
Just blood dripping from his face. A little bit of
Yeah.
sinew hanging off his lip.
Wait, is he actually currently like eating a heart? I just need to put this in for the Chaiko doc.
He is eating the dragon's heart unless somebody
Busted
stops
into
him.
the dragon's chest, took its heart, is eating it. I'm sorry. Are you hungry? You don't. Is this normal?
He's not responding. Him and Vair are eating the dragon's heart.
Alright, so I-
Why are you
explain.
eating the heart?
So I'm gonna write for Chaiko. So the session begins with Karya eating someone's heart, eating the dragon's heart.
Kalima.
Kalima.
Vataka.
Got the same amount of syllables.
No, hold on.
Same stress on the syllables as well. Wonderful. So that's happening as the guard perimeter helps to keep away celebrants as well as just to establish a sort of mourning space. There's you do get some odd looks at from especially on Karya and Vair, who at this point would have had to go in. They would have had a pretty easy avenue into the chest cavity, which had previously been blasted open with a cannonball and much gunshots. The heart, when you manage to extract it, cutting away all the vascular tissue and all the veins and arteries and everything, and more or less the thing is the size of your chest.
Yep.
This is not going to fit in your stomach.
Yeah, no. I don't need to eat all of it.
It is
That's why I'm
also
sharing.
partially shredded, a little bit bludgeoned, and you can see bruising and concavity where the cannonball plowed into the chest, and the resulting knock-on shockwave through the chest must have partially squelched the heart.
Never say that in terms of heart again, please.
Why?
Oh no.
Squelch.
Squelch.
Well.
Squelch.
Squish.
Well, eating as much as I possibly can, and then
Mhm.
giving Vair as much as he possibly can. If there's any left, that's when he will turn to Siren and Vark. And,
I don't want
to. Yeah.
Now, Vark, you would know as somebody who was trained in alchemy that Karya and Vair have just eaten about 5 pounds worth of highly valuable alchemical substance.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't want. I would like to preserve it.
I don't want. I'm not. I don't think I can eat for the next 48 hours. Additionally, is this how the dragon do
Dragon do.
with their kind upon passing?
He'll look over Siren, the blood dripping down his face, and he'll just kind of nod, and then try and take another bite.
Siren's gonna just block where he's about to bite into with her hand, so her palm gets hungry or bloody rather. With her other wrist, she's gonna wipe blood off his face and turn to Vark and go, "Do you want the rest of this?"
He slowly turns his head towards her.
I mean, you know, if it's really important and useful, if we should need it.
I don't want
You're
to
the smart
consume it.
one. I don't know.
I don't want to consume it. If you're asking me about that.
No, it's just I don't know. I've heard things about dragons and how magical and powerful they are. I'm sure that
The
magic.
blood of a
doesn't-
dragon is very valuable in alchemy. The hide and scales are valuable for weapon or
And-
armor smiths.
And the heart itself.
Actually,
Multiple.
can I get a knowledge arcana?
Absolutely.
That said, there's something I want to highlight. Have you ever seen one of those videos where somebody peels a watermelon
Yes.
Yes.
and they
I
just
think
leave
so.
it just like that big hunk of like bright red fruit, roughly about the size of someone's torso? Now imagine Karya, just to hammer this point home because I feel the need to, because of the absurdity of this scene. After pulling this out of roughly more or less the same thing, pulling it out of the chest after excising it with a blade, more than likely, then brings it up to his face, takes a massive bite out of it, basically taking this thing the size and consistency of a peeled watermelon, taking a huge bite out of it, face dripping with juice, then proceeds to take a few more out as Siren and Vark sit there listening and watching as he
Oh my god.
then proceeds to hand it to Vair, who does the same thing. And this takes the space of at least 5 minutes to happen. It's a lot of very stringy, chewy meat. It makes a lot of
Doesn't taste good.
awful dripping, squelching, ripping noises. And then Vair lets out a little. I don't even know if that's actually like burial rites or anything. I'm just doing what he's doing.
Well, the whole point of me letting Karya do this is because I assumed it's some tradition, and people mourn differently in different cultures. I don't want to trample on top of that.
He's my
I
senior when it
assumed it
comes to
was for
dealing.
that.
He's my senior when it comes to dealing with dragons. I've never actually spoken to another dragon.
Don't look at me, I
Huh.
didn't know either. It seemed interesting, so I wanted to watch.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I asked you, Vok, because if we're not really going to use the heart for anything else, he can just continue eating it.
I
So,
would
We
prefer-
could
uh,
have used it for
Vark-
something.
Having a total of a 29 on this roll. The heart, as well as many of the internal organs, but the heart in particular, of a dragon has significant magical as well as alchemical applications. In particular, sometimes dragon heart or other, like dragon blood, for instance, can be used as spell components for particularly powerful spells. A dragon's heart tissue can often be used for alchemical concoctions. And if it is a dragon of a particular age or up, it might even have what's referred to as a heart stone. That in particular could have some interesting applications in terms of things like magical foci. So yes, it has had applications like there are a lot of wizards, probably like in particular in Rosaino, who would absolutely love to get their hands on this thing.
Have I bit into the pit?
No,
Is
it would-
there a
there-
pit?
I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a pit?
You've not really gotten that far in. Big as you are, your mouth is not the size of a dragon's, and as such, you've been taking generous but still rather shallow bites.
I have to take my time.
This will take a while to get through if you want to eat this whole thing. And I'm talking like
Yeah, no.
probably like half an hour of pacing yourself like a championship eater, while everybody looks on as you cannibalize this
Absolute
dragon
horror.
heart.
Please,
Yeah.
you're making a mess like a 5-year-old.
It's like that
Would you
kid.
like
It's like that kid they find covered in peanut butter.
Would you prefer him to use cutlery instead?
You just use a fork and knife.
Oh, wait,
Oh.
It is quite
Said,
filling. It is
"Oh."
dense meat. It's very stringy, very tough to chew through. Your jaw starts to hurt after a certain point.
Ugh.
Vok, please. What do you know of
Please.
dragon hearts?
Very valuable, very expensive.
Oh,
Ugh.
well.
He'll take a moment at that point while he lets Vair take some bites so he can let his stomach settle. And he'll just kind of
Even in its current state, it could probably fetch a good price. Or be used for various means of craftsmanship. Alchemical or otherwise.
Well,
If you choke on something hard and stone-like, please spit it out.
I was looking for it. Ugh.
Ah, you know it.
What?
Wonderful.
Uh,
don't.
Siren, please stop looking at me as if I'm... Well, actually.
Hmm.
It is justifiable that you would look at me in complete disarray. I understand that
Uh,
much.
Oh, it's
Oh.
alright.
Vi-
This is your family
Oh.
member. I guess you're the one who has to decide what to do with him.
Vair, for his part, is currently he's looking at the heart, and he himself, well, he's a pretty slender dragon. He doesn't have a massive appetite.
Does he have like a pot belly now because of the heart?
He does look a little tubbier now that he's gorged himself on this dragon heart. And he's looking at the bigger dragons, in like the cold, dead eyes with an odd look on his face. It's a bit hard to interpret given dragon facial morphology. It's like his face isn't even necessarily that much like the big dragon. Much more like slender, slim, beak-like, avian with a little bit of feline. He looks up at the big dragon as if weighing something that he's going to say, and then he just lets out a little eat your heart out.
What?
Vair, please, we are burying our dead.
Or eating his heart. I don't even know if this is actually how you do it, man. This whole day has been weird. Do people remember when we went for a barrel of fish? And I almost died?
Yes.
Good,
That was
'cause I-
today still, no?
Because I have a little gap in my memory when that happened.
Oh. Do you not
From what I-
remember?
Well, I remember getting hit. I remember getting zapped at one point. But I was out of it. So
Right,
I remember
this last
everything.
I wish.
Hmm?
I wish Shizuka was here and not with the king right now, because she would basically shout from the off of like, I told you his plans go weird.
His plans go weird. That's so true. And Kara will kind of turn to Vair and go, I only have very limited understanding, if I admit, but
So
Ugh.
you might be making this up.
Well, from what I recall. Oh god. This is disgusting.
You know, this might make a bit more sense for dragons, or at least like grown dragons, because they could probably actually finish this.
Yes. The idea is that where the eyes are the soul of a dragon, the heart is what keeps them here and pumping blood or something. And for a dragon to truly die, you need to take both and consume them so that they may live on. Ugh.
So we're eating the eyes next?
No, that goddess spirit took the soul. There's no reason to.
Oh, okay.
Well, then isn't it safe to assume that he's already passed on and the heart is really just meat?
I don't know, but I don't feel right not trying to give it a proper burial.
This
Wish
kind
I
of makes
would've taken
sense. I don't see dragons getting shovels.
Well, alternatively, I do remember in other instances where we've had to defend ourselves and kill people, or maybe other bystanders have died. And you've always been the one to first retrieve what we could use of them before we bury them. Do you want to do the same here?
Those were not. The difference is that I can't believe I'm saying this. From what I can gather, this was not done of his own free will. different. It would be wrong to steal from someone who has not done something of their own will. Will we take its corpse after we are done? Yes. It will just be a husk, but I need to do this.
That's fair.
I may vomit.
We will transition out of that scene very quickly. As we divert over to the city itself, where some of the group has gone. Mallory, I believe, went chasing after the king to try and seek audience.
Yeah.
Shizuka went to go accompany him and to help stoke the fires. So-
Mhm.
Aren't we
Mal-
both opportunistic sons of bitches?
Of different, cut from different cloth, formed into a similar shape. So, Shizuka is quick to rejoin with the army, even so goes so far as to provide a cheer that gets the military men in the right spirits as Guillermo is carted off, satisfied but reluctant, which is about the happiest you've seen him in quite a while. Carried on a wave of the hands of a soldierly column as he is marched back into the city and occasionally thrown into the air, to much protestation.
And I did point out at the end of last session that one of the reasons why Shizuka was quick to rejoin with the king is she's going back to, her actual duty, which is bodyguarding, which is just making sure that,
Nobody gets too close.
if this was an aimed attack at Lorbis, then it might not be over. Is her mindset. So she's not only celebrating, I should say.
Okay.
I also need to apologize out of character, but in character I will not apologize because Mallory is gonna get rebuffed. I'm gonna make that very clear.
So to carry on with describing the scene, Shizuka,
Yes, you go ahead. I just want to make
Shizuka,
that
who cuts through the rank and file, who move aside to let her through. It is the gates to the city. The eastern gates are only so wide, so when the full breadth of the Lorbis military and the men at arms come marching back into the city, proclaiming victory and the slaying of a great dragon, they choke. The column of soldiers chokes the gateway, and at the very center is Shizuka and the king. They march in. The mood infects the rest of the city. It spreads from the east gate outwards as, over the course of the next half an hour to an hour, colorful banners go up, flags are raised, colorful flower petals are strewn throughout the streets and almost constantly flutter through the air like confetti as the whole city's floral scent and the technicolor nature of the many flowers grown here is put on full display to full intensity. There's dancing in the streets. Stalls are put up as entrepreneurs seek to to make the most of the given cheer and the absolute inevitability that this is absolutely going to be a national holiday come the end of the day. The column marches down the central street all the way to the palace, where Guillermo is taken by a squad of honor guard headed by Shizuka, as is tradition, through the front doors and up to his throne room. Mallory, you would have had a very hard time pushing through the rank and file as you're not wearing the uniform, you're not acknowledged as being one of the soldiery, and as such you would have been fighting against a tide of both novice and hardened military men, some with guns, and would have found yourself making little to no progress in trying to push through them if you would try to do so. All the way up to the palace gates, he would be surrounded by celebrating men and women, just happy that today didn't end in disaster. All the way up to the palace, where from there out almost a second wave of jubilation ripples out, as now the soldiers are, well, they're relieved of duty for the time being, as they begin joining in the festivities. Much alcohol is taken out despite the early time of day. And the smell of cooking meat and roasting vegetables is heavy in the air, accompanied by those flowers. That heavy, mixed floral melange. And it takes a bit for things to start to kind of even out, to spread as people begin to leave the city to go party and picnic in the meadows. It spills into the back streets. It pushes out and out and out until you have a fairly even spread, though there are concentrations where it's at its height. That's like the plaza before the palace, down the main thoroughfare, at the gates surrounding them. The whole city is filled with a sensation of just being happy to be alive. Eventually, should you choose to hang around for long enough, Guillermo will eventually make an appearance on the balcony of the palace. We'll say likely, Hollow, your intention was to go back and get the cart, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Go back and get the cart.
So you grabbed the cart from the stable, or no, where it was left, actually, where it was singed, no longer has a tarp. So we'll get to that in a second. You would have never actually entered the city in that case. Not just yet, at least. I think the only other person who might be privy to this is Flick, who is joined into the celebrations. There is much drinking and much dancing all over the city, and you have your pick of the litter when it comes to where exactly you want to party down, or if you want to go across the whole city, just hopping.
Honestly, yeah, Flick probably would be the kind of just bar hop here and there.
Mm-hmm. It's a beautiful day out. The fog has lifted. A lot of the bars and a lot of the pubs and other such have taken their establishments outside. They're taking tables and chairs into the streets. The main thoroughfare looks like one long dining table at this point, with how people have just set up tables end to end, chairs along them. Food is being brought out. Some are haggling and seeking payment for what they cook and muster up, which, is fair. This is not coming from nowhere. But others, some of the larger inns are bringing out just huge pots of soup and platters of fresh baked bread, as everybody breaks their fast. And you find yourself going up and down, trying different drinks, eating different foods, until eventually you find yourself just, with the way that the heartbeat of the city seems to pump, you find yourself dragged back to the plaza in front of the palace that you recognize. You've visited more than a few times today. This time, thankfully, not for business. As up on the balcony, as you might also recognize the bright blonde hair and halo of Mallory somewhere in the crowd there, Guillermo comes onto the balcony. He stands there. What looks to be not a goblet, but a massive mug in hand, resting on the balcony as he looks upon his people. His simple green cloak fluttering in the breeze behind him. He looks across the people in the plaza as they cheer when he comes out. His mug is on the sill of the banister. As he looks back and forth, that sort of tired smile on his face. The cheering rises every time he shifts his look, he shifts his gaze to a new part, and gives them a smile as well. Eventually, it does quiet down as people pick up on the fact that he's hoping to say something. Shizuka, you are there up on the balcony right next to him, maybe just shadowing just behind him. My dearest people, and the way his voice carries is gentle. It seems to carry on the breeze, and is not a full diaphragm enunciation, but rather something softer, but it carries all the same, quite possibly magically assisted. It would not be a surprise to think that the banister might have some enchantments on it to help with delivering these speeches. Today has gone in many directions that I did not expect. I was not expecting the assault of a dragon upon our city, or that the mood sours a little bit as the confirmation of the threat, as well as the admittance from their leader, has people, as their party mood spoiled a little bit, and also there's some maybe worried or scared mumbling. I was not expecting today to be quite so eventful. Or for the last few days, I should say. Lorbus's history has been a turbulent one. It's been fraught with hardship, and you, the people of my nation, have been forced to bear the brunt of this. It wasn't too long ago that we were overrun with war, starving, failing in our harvests. To say that the nation was a shadow of its former self would be an understatement. Today stands as a monument to the grit, the perseverance, and all of the qualities that I love in this nation and all of you. It proves exactly why we're still here. Why we've overcome such hardship. Why we will not go quietly, no matter what the world may throw at us. We clawed ourselves back from the brink of starvation. We've rebuilt a nation that was in shambles, and we killed a fucking dragon. As he sweeps a hand out, and from somewhere, a massive bright red banner unfurls above the Capitol building as the text lights up previously an undecorated banner, now awash with golden letters that slowly sparkle into being. Today is proof the nation is built by its people, and it is kept afloat by you. The men of the Lorbus military, soldiers, the protectors of this realm, were the ones who felled the beast, not I. And they have my eternal gratitude for the sacrifice they were willing to make today. And it was through the work of many people, not just a monarch, not just through the lordship, but all people, that crisis and disaster was averted. It hurts my heart that we were not able to completely stop the rampage of the dragon. But I count myself blessed that we stopped it where we did. the letters begin to come into resolution. My gratitude goes out to all of you who has stood by me in all of my failings and all of my foibles. My gratitude goes out to the men and women who put their lives on the line to defend this nation every single day, not just today, but now more so than ever. I am eternally in your debt. Our nation is a tarnished thing, worn down by age, by hardship, but still hardened for it, stronger, and it will stand the test of time. Today is a day that marks change as well as progress. Today, the capital will be renamed to something more befitting, something not quite so confusing. And with that, the crowd, there are a few chuckles, though most people are just waiting for his next sentence. Lorbus's capital shall be renamed to Verdigris, to commemorate the soul of the nation. And the dour colors of black that we once wore for many decades shall be changed to the verdant color of green. Let that be the message we send to the outside world. That we intend to prosper, and we intend to survive, and spring up like the new shoots of spring. With that, the banner overhead changes to green. Gold on green. And I hereby announce a new annual festivity, a new holiday. He hesitates for a second. Leans. One of his advisors comes up to his ear. Shizuka, you would hear just under like hushed whispers as he leans over towards her and goes, "What the fuck did we name it?" She panics for a second. I thought you would come up with something. I didn't come up with anything yet. What did we come up with? What's going? I don't know. Come up with something. Today will be known as Wormfall, and that in a cascading glitter of gold spreads across the banner, coming into full solidity as the image of a mock dragon's head roaring out a bellow of fire is spreads across the banner into the letters Wormfall. And with that, tankards are thrown into the air. People are tossed. Chairs break. And a massive cheer ripples out throughout the city, all the way to the outer walls. And Guillermo takes his mug, raises it, a smile on his face, just a little bit more unsure, as he takes a massive swig of the mug, and then proclaims, "Eat, drink, be merry, because today we survive, and we will thrive." With that, he turns and steps off the balcony, back through the door he came through, leaving behind a jubilating and partying Verdigris.
Blick is gonna drink to that, for sure.
As he steps back through the door, Shizuka, you hear him curse lightly under his breath and going, "Not bad for an improvised speech." God, that was embarrassing. I never want to repeat that. He looks over to Shizuka. "What did you think? Please don't hold back."
Ooh, A bit long-winded, I think, but otherwise it was.
I didn't know where to stop.
Yeah, I can understand that. I'm not exactly an expert at speeches, but I think it's fine the way it was. I think you can, and actually gestures out to the balcony. I think you can measure your success by their cheers.
I hope. I really hope. Let's just hope. You know, I was gonna say something about putting it down to the drink, but I'm gonna have some faith in my people. So, let's hope that's the least that's the last eventful thing that happens today. How what time is it? The one of the advisors steps up. Is the what do you call it? The lady that spoke with Mallory previously. She says, "It is currently 9 in the morning, sir."
I believe you have a meeting in about half an hour.
Can't we just cancel all of our meetings for today? No can do, sir. Speaking of which, there is a man who's been insisting on speaking with you. Surprised he managed to get past most of the crowd at any point. He's been insisting on an audience with you. How many people are insisting on an audience with me right now? If I had to go by the way that my pen writing has been going off my clipboard, several hundred. And that was before the partying began. So I don't even want to count at this point, but this man in particular, I believe, has been in your chambers a couple of times so far.
Don't say chambers.
I said what I said. Please don't ever say that again. That's it. I believe it was that particularly hard-nosed young man with the halo. Sorry, was that? I forget. Was Mallory in his malady disguise for all of the meetings, or only some of them?
The first time, yeah, but the rest of them, no.
Okay, so it was a particularly hard-nosed young man with the horn on his head and the halo above the ASMR. Oh. Do I want to deal with this right now? Screw it, I owe it to him. Let him in. I can hopefully it's something short. He seems like a brevity kind of guy. As the partying kicks up, Mallory, and you are patiently waiting by the outer gates. Eventually, the one you recognize as being the captain of the guard comes up to the gate that is currently barred shut to prevent the party from spilling into the front courtyard. Hails you through the grid bars and says, "King's gonna see you now," and he opens the gate for you.
Finally.
I'm not gonna dignify that. Just look out there if you want a reason for why it's taken for so long, and then he shuts the gate behind you. Come on. He's, as I understand it, he's got an audience line going out the door, so you, lucky chappie, are a privileged few. You are escorted through the front doors, where the palace is even more in disarray and frenetically back and forth. There are clerks going back and forth through the halls. You see what are probably small kegs of ink being ferried back and forth as they through open, like half open, ajar doors. You hear the furious scribbling of pens and quills, as no doubt much paperwork is being done at the moment, as the wheels of bureaucracy do not stop for a holiday.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you are guided up the steps into the audience room, then through a back door and into the smaller office where you have properly met Guillermo on several previous occasions. Standing there, by the yes, Flick would also probably see if he hung around for long enough. So 5 minutes after the speech ended, you would have seen Mallory be permitted through the front gate and escorted up to the front door. Seems like official business. But but Mallory, you find yourself in the that's a thing. 1 second. Let's see. My alerts are currently not working. Oh, that's 2. 1 second, guys. 1 break. Hello. We are currently being raided by 2 individuals. Monochrome Joker and Amy the Randa. Thank you very much for raiding both of you. Welcome in.
Hello.
Nice.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, hello.
Welcome.
My apologies if things are a little bit slower and disarray at the moment. We're coming back after a little bit of a hiatus. You guys playing Pathfinder 2? Cool. All right.
Oh.
Awesome. I feel compelled to ask 1E or 2E because I don't think Twitch differentiates. Oh. Well, thank you very much. I made it myself like 3 years ago. Of course, Scuff is necessary. 2E, okay. We're currently playing with first edition, but we do not discriminate. You guys just finished your game. Oh, that's wow. That must be an eventful day too. That's like the cap to a campaign, especially a long one, is that's life changing, I would say. But yeah, thank you guys for coming in. It's good to have you. Sorry, you just finished your game for the day. Okay, you finished the weekend.
Yeah, I was about to
Sorry.
say quest.
Okay, I thought you guys had like, finished your campaign. I completely misread that. I am so sorry.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. buddy.
So,
I was like,
anyway,
It's a big
okay.
quiz.
This my misunderstanding. So,
oh man.
You just bend the knee as soon as someone reads.
my apologies. But yes, hello.
You
My
know-
name is Quest One Faustus. I am the GM of this little group that I run here. For our Saturday Pathfinder campaign. We are currently wrapping up after the aftermath of the party slaying a dragon that had been threatening the kingdom. Ooh, beating Robin Hood in an archery contest. That's got to be a good ego boost. Well, I'm glad to have you. If you guys, having just gotten done with the stream, need to kick up your feet and go eat, drink something, take a rest, need a bounce for whatever reason because you're tiring, because streaming can be stressful, absolutely. It's just I won't be offended. But if you guys want to stick around and watch even just for a little bit, I'd be honored. This is my party. To go from left to right, we have Karya, the half-dragon. We have Siren, the sylph cleric. We have Hollow, who is our witch. He is an aquatic elf. We have Mallory. I wanted to say something really rude for a second there, but he's our token chaotic evil, lawful evil character who's there to enact interrogations. He's our inquisitor. We have Vark,
Yeah.
Dickhead.
our investigator. Literal dickhead. You got a unicorn horn.
You have a horn on your head.
Yep. We have Vark, who is a fetchling and our investigator. Flick of the Ear, our catfolk swashbuckler, and then we have Shizuka, a samurai who is here as a cameo character.
Oh,
Yes, that's the party. Unfortunately, we do not have a larger Discord. We're currently only functioning on a Discord for friends. We have like the skeleton of a community Discord server, but we've never really had a
Started
reason to
3
use it.
years ago.
Yeah, we made it 3 years ago. I haven't changed it
I
since.
was
Yeah.
gonna say, I swear to God,
It is
like,
not
there have been
active. It's not,
conversations about a community server for
That's
like
because
years.
yeah, like
You
we
know
never
what?
had the need
That's what
for
I'm
it.
gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna do it this week, Quest. If we're really gonna get back into streaming properly, I've
God,
been people have
please.
been wanting to see our stuff anyways. I can't make Discord servers, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell Fway to do it,
Of
and
course.
then, and
Okay,
then he'll do it.
Yeah, to answer that question, I do have a YouTube channel. I believe if you search up my name on YouTube, it doesn't really come up. I can give you the link in a second if you'll give me the
I'm looking for the link right now, right
Okay,
this
On your
second.
if you can shoot me that so I can put it in the chat, because if you try to post the link, oh, cool, awesome, wonderful, you found it, lovely. Yes, I did link that there for that very purpose.
Right.
I completely forgot of it. So, one caveat: we're currently going through a small copyright dispute about the face claim for one of our characters' art. Some of those VODs may go down temporarily as I edit to change the art around so that it doesn't show up anymore. So they may disappear, and then I'm going to re-upload a version. Oh god, the ads have started. Fuck. Oh lord. 3 minutes ads in the middle of the explanation.
Type it.
Yeah,
I'll type it out. Don't worry, Quicks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
LDR.
A foundational part of a person's. Dip.
What are ads? Question mark.
Don't say these things out loud. The Bezos will hear you.
That's true.
Yes,
The Bezos.
that's not good.
You mean Jeff?
My name Jeff.
Yeah.
Shut up.
You started it.
I didn't start anything.
now's a good point. If you guys need to stand up, get a drink, walk
Okay, be right
around,
back.
get something to eat, buy a small bio break. I think honestly that's what these
Ad
oh,
over.
oh, ads are over. Lovely. I just think these ads are a good point for the players to get a break. I've
A good
been meaning to
little
do
bio
that
break,
more
yeah.
and allow for more breaks for people, because if you
Mhm,
if you let me, I'm gonna go on for a solid 4 hours without changing anything. Well, thank you very much. Some of them are really rough. If you see Simple Walk, that was our very first campaign. That one came to a dead halt at one point. This is the revamped version of that in Pathfinder. That was my first ever streamed campaign. That's real early rough days. So
Wait, Simple Walk is on your
yes, some of it is.
channel as well. I didn't see
Yes, yes, it is. I don't know if it's private or if it's public. I think because VODs from Twitch by default upload is being private, so I might have to change that. Well, thank you very much, Phoenix. It's I appreciate the lurk, or if it just even being here for a little bit. If you're gonna go take some time for yourself. Yes, Genesis is not run by me. That is our Sunday campaign, run by Frey the Hunter, aka Karia over there.
Hello.
It is running previously, like Simple Walk, was run in D&D 5th edition, but when it changed over and is both in a original setting made by him, just like this game is made in an original setting by me. His, however, is working on a prototypical system that he made and I and several others helped to create. So it's an entirely different system. Works a hell of a lot more like, I want to say, World of Darkness than fucking what do you call it? Than D&D or Pathfinder does.
It's been fun.
It's been a fun thing to do. Yeah, and the Sunday game Genesis is working as an active playtest of it. We're also distributing it to some people who want to give it a try, give it a go. For those people, we can like World of Darkness. I love World of Darkness. I can never find the time or the right group to run it sometimes. God, I love World of Darkness. Yeah, it's one of many many different types of WoD games are on my back burner. Fae, Mage, what do you call it?
Werewolf.
Werewolf was one, though. I think Werewolf has never been fully my cup of tea. And then there's Exalted, which is technically a World of Darkness game.
Exalted.
That's my big one that's going to happen at some point. Hunter the Parenting is amazing, and I love the new live play that they're doing. That is the Mage game that is based in the same universe. Good shit. So, to veer back on track real quick.
Right.
Actually, Mallory, are you back?
Damn.
Okay. Yeah, can't resume the scene without him. So
that's fair.
I mean, in that case, I might as well wonder. It could technically. Well, I guess
Appreciate it.
I don't know if you wanna. I had the sudden idea that I may or may not follow up on that. Technically, we could stream the Warhammer game if I ever do that, or like if we
That's
get
true.
around to that.
I mean, if you like that.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I came out.
Yes, Ari, aka Shizuka over here, who's just down there at the hem of my robe. It has
I'm
been
holding on.
poking people about wanting to play a Warhammer Fantasy game. Oh, good. I
And-
appreciate. I cannot overstate how much I love talking about tabletop. I live and breathe this shit. That said, yeah, I am trying to run a session at the moment. I should try to remember that. And we just got our star of the scene here. All things said, everybody who's dropped by as a part of the raid, thank you very much. Go get a drink, go eat something. If you need to take a break, please, absolutely. Welcome to the table. Very glad to have other hyper TTRPG turbo nerds here. It is always a great thing to share the hobby.
If I could shove you in the locker, I would.
Yeah, if
You're
you weren't
like-
if you weren't
you can
3
fit
feet
of
shorter
you in a
than me.
locker. Yeah, we could fit 4 Lins and 4 Sullys in a locker.
Yeah, and still have room. Try and bully me, I bully you right back. It's okay, I still love you. So, speaking of getting shoved in the locker, you're standing before the king. You are currently in
The
the
moment.
as you are standing in the stationary office where the king has previously received you on several previous occasions. Actually, I will previous. I must not word entropy. I will pull up for the newbies in the group. Also, to give a quick flash of character art for those who are interested. Korea. Shaiko, whose player is for at least a few weeks going to be absent for a bit. She is a Kitsune Arcanist. We got Maui. I will. There we go. Downsizing. Holo. Oh yes, he's we don't have a full body art. We do have full body artwork of him, but for some reason we have his token art on the sheet. Siren as well. Dude. Oh, that's too small.
I could eat a horse.
But can you eat a heart?
Well,
No, that's gross.
Oh yes.
Oh,
While I'm
I
filling in
think
the
I forgot to put Siren's full body art.
yes, we need a Holo as well, and then we have a Vark. Beloved Vark. Full name. Yeah.
Greetings.
Hello, my name is Vark. I'm beloved. By who?
Why is it not responding?
sadly, his while Vark is beloved, it appears as though his character image is not, and it will not allow us to get it any bigger. That's rough.
Yeah, it's a shame. Will that load, please? Oh, it's probably running out of memory because Google Chrome is a fucking memory gobbler. Not as bad as the Mind
Chrome, no.
Goblins.
Who?
Mind Goblins.
Mein
is nuts.
Goblin D's not.
Happy.
All right, I'm gonna go to bed now.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay, so we'll just I'll just like ventriloquist your lifeless body as you speak to the
There
king.
we go. I added Siren's full body art onto her thingy
Lovely.
there.
And roll 20 freezes.
Hooray!
Cannot process.
That's so funny.
Are you
Can't
serious?
bother me. It
Yeah,
can't
I
bother
find
me.
I find the
Surprise.
Ram.
yeah RAM is I'm gonna refresh the page real quick. Oh no, it's probably gonna be in GM view. Is it in GM view? Yeah, yes it is. Wrap. Yes, that was partially on purpose to make them very distinct, so that when they are talking, you can tell when they're, who is talking and when they're talking, rather than just opening their mouth.
Meh.
Meh, meh,
Meh.
meh. Also, pay no attention to the meme edit that was done in jest by one of our lovely people here. Who did that?
That was Siren.
Yes,
I hate
our,
you.
our,
I
our
hate you
resident
so much.
visual artist.
So much.
I
It's so
love it.
funny.
You're the one who wanted to be,
No,
in
no, no,
defense
no,
of
no,
that,
no, no.
you're the one who wanted to dress like a femboy that day, and that's
No.
fine.
No.
To give context, Mallory has an alter ego by the name of Malady, which is when Mallory puts on a dress and a wig and
Ah.
manages to pass very well. Because, yeah, anyway, it's his alter ego that he has on many previous occasions used to very deftly socially infiltrate different places, including at one point a rather an opportunity that I rather heartlessly misused and abused, where he used a starving artist for free room and board, and then came back to the city at a later point, and he was dead.
Yeah, and now I made his sister follow in his footsteps, so hopefully she won't be dead by the time I come back, right?
It's definitely not a congenital issue or a condition.
Man.
Absolutely, Commissar. You may any suggestions are always appreciated. Despite going for 3 years at this point, I am still very much a novice. I could always use more feedback. Also, to give... Where is he? Friend? Yes, he's under friend. This is the image of the king in question, Guillermo de Lorbas, who did not want to be king. Sure thing. Can we mention this? Under the character. That's a good idea. One of the things I originally wanted to do originally when I had these character arts made was have portrait frames where I could put like class and character name, but I didn't know how to match that up to the space provided by the UI I have. I'm going to revisit that and do that. It would make introductions much easier to maintain, because at this point, most of when I talk about the characters, it's done with the implicit understanding that people have been watching for a while and know who I'm referring to when I say names. I think, good idea. But yes, this is Guillermo de Lorbas, Monarch of Lorbas. Narrative declarations are a good vibe. That's a good point. Narrative declarations do a very good job with their UI. He is a young monarch, yes. He was put onto the throne very young when his older brother, who was supposed to take over the throne, eloped with a servant girl. So, not bitter at all. What was I doing? All right, Peppy redeemed mini quest. Of course you did. Yeah. I am small. Also, I must reverse the PNG now. Fuck you.
It's the baby.
This art was done by Sully, who plays Mallory.
Arigato.
To do flip horizontal. There we go. I am tiny now. I'll have to ask about that at some later point. Okay. Yes.
Speaking of
Okay.
Mallory.
So Mallory is currently standing as the king in question is currently sitting behind a large hardwood desk, backed by shelves upon shelves behind him. Tankard of whatever the hell he's drinking, very much drained, as it sits on the desk next to his hand, and his elbows are up on the table, his hands threaded together, and giving his best impression of Gendo Ikari as he peers over his fingers at you, Mallory. To his flank is Shizuka, his ever-loyal bodyguard. Just a little bit behind him. More than likely, suspicions are probably a little bit up because of the recent attack on the kingdom. So, the likelihood of Shizuka ever straying from his side anytime soon seemed to be rather low.
The moment Mallory enters, Shizuka leans over to the king and is like, "Oh, here's the man who has been to the king's chambers multiple times."
Please don't. I can't deal with that. I've already got so many rumors about the maid.
You're the maid. That's news to me.
The maid.
Cut the crap. Why are you here?
All right. First of all, he sets down the gun that he borrowed onto his desk, wherever the space is free.
A couple of the honor guards who are like one standing off to the far side, one by the window, immediately their hand go for a sword as the rifle comes up and then it's placed down the desk.
Yeah, he's being very proper with it, aimed up, like grabs the the very soldier queen soldier like very stiffly, then quickly places it down.
You don't aim
And-
up, you aim down.
No, you
Oh,
aim,
aim down.
No, you aim up because if you aim down,
Oh.
like if you aim down, it can potentially ricochet off something and hit somebody. At least this is as far as I understand it.
Like either way, it's aimed vertically.
Yes, directly down at your foot. But yes, you respectfully place the musket down on the table, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for returning that. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. I will get in contact with the Match and Lock company. We'll be in contact with them, and we can see about getting you a commissioned piece.
That is very appreciated. However, we didn't discuss our compensation for if we were to actually fight the dragon.
To be fair, I did say you didn't have to.
But
That said, you all did risk life and limb to stall the dragon, and if you hadn't, we probably would have endured more losses. If you hadn't held the dragon in place, it would have more than likely met the brunt of my army, and I would have to be apologizing to quite a few widows today. Again, I am a man of my word. He kind of rocks back in his chair a little bit, bring a couple of fingers up to the bridge of his nose as he massages it. And I did say that I would reward you directly from the kingdom's treasury. I intend to. The question is, what's valuable to you? What kind of compensation would you prefer? I could reward you in a pile of gold or a chest of it that you could take with you. I wouldn't recommend that. It's heavy, bulky, and takes forever to count, not to mention it makes you ample target for thieves. But I also can't dictate the terms of this. So, I intend to honor my promise. You are friends of the kingdom, and I intend to treat you all with hospitality as well as the benefit of the doubt that you will not abuse my goodwill. Not at all in the way that you tried to leverage me in the middle of a crisis for extra payment. We will not pay attention to that, because we're friends. Friends help each other.
Friends.
So, how would you like to be paid? What form of compensation would you like to be paid?
I would like a title. I would like to be a noble.
You would like to be a noble of the Kingdom of Lobos.
Yes.
An eyebrow goes up.
I assume you would like a parcel of land to go with that.
Mm-hmm. Ideally somewhere accessible. It's hard to maintain a very isolated part of land.
He looks at you askance and says, "Are you speaking from personal experience?"
Of course.
Okay. I can consider that. It's not unusual for those who serve the state to be rewarded with landed titles, and sometimes they simply ask for the title with no land. They ask for the station. It's then commensurate compensation without the direct tie to a piece of land that they must maintain. Am I to understand, if you ask for this piece of land, you intend to stay here and oversee it? I was given the impression that you were all moving around quite a bit. It would be a bit remiss to hand over a parcel of land to somebody and then see it go to pasture.
Then, how about this? Rather than a plot of land, you give me a building, an inn, somewhere in the city.
I can't help but ask the question as to why.
Money.
Ever the simple answer.
Can I roll an insight on that if that's actually what Mallory just wants out of this? It's money.
Would you say it's actually, yeah, Mallory, would you like to contest that?
Sure.
In that case, Shizuka, sense motive. Mallory, deception or persuasion.
Okay.
Whichever you think is applicable.
I can't spell. Where is it? Where is it?
What
Oh,
are you
of course.
What are you looking for?
Either one. I can't find either.
Okay.
Wait, what's this? Bluff or
Sorry,
or
bluff,
persuasion?
yes. Bluff.
Yeah,
Bluff or perception. Bluff or persuasion. God, I'm off my game today.
Oh, thank God.
Bluff or diplomacy, I think.
Bluff or
Yeah.
diplomacy.
Oh, that's why I couldn't find it.
I'm still.
Yeah.
Here's the weird thing. I'm still running off of Genesis, if nothing else. Thank you, Mitch. That's high praise.
I'm just mad about the fact I rolled an N1.
Yeah, that's a thing.
She's like, yeah, no, never mind. This guy's completely trustworthy.
Oh, that's the wrong chat. What do I roll with this one? Good question. Allow me to. Pay attention.
Okay.
Do not pay attention to the man behind the screen. Also, just so I can pass this along, Mitch has said, I have never known this group before 1 hour ago, but if anyone hurt them, I will kill Riot. I love that.
Okay.
Okay.
Damn.
So, Shizuka, as far as you can tell, Mallory's after money. Honestly, as far as you've known this man, doesn't seem atypical. He's a fairly self-interested person. He's obviously got background in management, administration, and what do you call it? And in cash flow. So yeah, it seems like he genuinely is in this for the business and for the profit to be made. Up until this moment, he has done nothing to prove that wrong. Even in the height of the crisis, he was looking to pump a little bit extra out of your king, with no shame to show.
Yeah, it's fair, I guess, but it's still weird out.
Yeah. You know what, Mitch? I get that. Sometimes my brain stalls in the middle of typing a sentence too. Brain fart. But yes, the king ruminates on that for a moment. How do you intend to manage an establishment like that? Like I said, you seem like you're going to be moving around quite a bit. How do you intend to stay in contact? How do you intend to manage? Do you intend to leave it in the hands of somebody else who will pay to run it for you and take a cut?
Yes.
Okay, so you're subletting it. Honestly,
Indeed.
not a bad plan. It's your decision. I won't question it. If you want a building, a facility to run as you see fit, we have been expanding and we have been working on the city. We have a few buildings that have been recently erected. They're clean. They're just unfurnished. And I could happily hand one of those over to you, along with the deed to the land.
I very much appreciate that.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
The matter of furnishing, decorating, hiring staff will be left in your hands, though. If at any point you would like help with that, assuming you need it, you can always consult one of the palace stewards, as it is a government process, and as a result, the government is open for consulting.
Quick question. Will I get a personal account in the bank? Or will I have to
Naturally, as a newly minted lord within the nobility of Lorbus, a account it will not automatically be opened, but you may go, if you have proof of title, you may go to the bank and open a new account in your name.
all my requests and questions answered? Pleasure doing business with you.
Well, you definitely don't go easy, but at the same time, I can hardly blame you. I'm looking forward to seeing what exactly you do with your business. Let's see what exactly it brings my nation. I do have to ask,
Hopefully
though,
good things.
now that things are, how to put this, not exactly calming down, but I don't see this festival dying down anywhere within the next few days. It's just how it is. I'm probably going to be inaccessible for at least a little while, so I feel I need to pass this on as well as ask you a couple questions. Quid pro quo. First of all, please pass along to the rest that I'm probably going to be a little bit out of reach for a while. There's a lot of things that are going to need to be processed after this. We've got a new capital name. We've got a new holiday that maybe ended up getting lengthened into a 3-day festival from what I'm hearing. I'm currently trying to bat down the new chants that are being shouted throughout the city. That's had a long-suffering sigh at that, and he says, I would ask that you all stay within the city limits for at least the next few days. Then, when things calm down a bit, I would like you all to visit me here in my chambers. I'm saying it. I would like you all to visit me here in my office.
Shizuka just immediately snorts next to him.
Shush. As I would like you all to visit me here in my office. So we can talk about things properly, and I can dole out proper compensation to the rest of the group. The majority of your compensation is going into liquid assets as a result. Forgive me if there is no substantive cash lump sum given out to you.
I don't mind.
But when you all come to visit me, we can talk about your proper future plans, what you intend to do after this, what we're going to do with that giant dragon body outside, as I think I need to lay down the law on that before anybody here in the city or you guys get any funny ideas about that.
Who would
Why did you
something
chuckle?
funny
Has there?
What did Karya
has a
do?
No, I literally don't know. I literally
Yeah,
am not able to
Mallory
tell you.
doesn't know.
Mallory literally,
but
he's
has
gonna
there
come
been?
back, and we're gonna be like just standing there, Karya, with fucking blood over
Just
his
picking his
lips,
teeth with
eating
all
the
the red
heart.
bones.
Yeah,
has-
and like
has
hunched
the-
over, and Mallory's gonna be like, "What do you have in your mouth? What do you have in your mouth?"
Has
He just shoves his hand in his mouth.
Has the perimeter guard sent any kind of report saying like, yeah, there's like this
Oh,
guy who's eating the things out?
Over time, there would be. Not quite just yet, because it is still
Okay.
pretty recent. But eventually, there will be a report of the scaly, muscly man ripping into a large dragon heart like it's a particularly plump, like I don't know, mango. So,
Like a
I imagine if this was like a series, there would be like, yeah, so we make sure that nobody like does anything with the body, or like we can keep it like, I don't know what to do with it, and then it's just smash cut.
smash cut to Karya. Like when I made the comparison of a peeled watermelon, I feel that's quite accurate.
Just not only smash cut to Karya, but then smash cut to like the king, like hours later, with a piece of paper, like with a report in hand, basically, just going, "He did what?"
It's in this case, he would just be looking at the paper and he'd be trying to stare holes through it, just like. Just
Don't worry, King. You have, I swear on Karya's life.
I see. I see.
Let's be real. That's
that means
not
nothing to
that's
him.
not a very not a very expensive life. He's a walking nuclear reactor. That's not good. Like,
Mm. That's what
Yeah,
you're
I was
saying.
gonna give you my word, but I don't want my tongue cut.
I see. Okay. So, I'm going to want to talk to you guys properly. Also about your because you requested transport via boat previously before. That's going to take a while to get organized. The dock workers are going to want to break too on the holiday. We're going to still have people coming in, and when word of this spreads, we're going to have so many dignitaries coming in, and I'm going to be beyond busy. So we're aiming for a sweet spot sometime in the next 3 to 4 days. And before the cavalcade of politicians start coming in, and Shizuka, I want you to keep all pistols out of the room from me when that is happening, because I am going to want to shoot myself in the mouth.
Should I start adding shots to your coffees every day?
No, I have to be sober for this. Gods forgive. I hate it, but I have to be sober. Because if I mess up international relations just after a dragon was killed, I don't want to imagine what's going to happen after that. There's so many people that are going to want that body.
Maybe at least with the dragon slaying happened. What was it? Was it Aerodyne who was like trying to play big?
Oh, they're always trying to do that. They're always pushing at the border, trying to go like, heathens, we need to... No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, Aerodyne.
Yeah, Aerodyne is
maybe
always
they'll
putting
let
pressure
off.
on the border.
Maybe they'll let off with.
I'm worried it's going to
The
be the
dragon
opposite
killing.
effect. I'm worried they're going to try and claim the body, or take this as casus belli for one of their neighboring nations becoming too strong and having to put us back a bit. So again,
Should I go?
Hmm?
There's more. She's not gonna say this out loud, but there's this like tilt of the head and this her eyes drifting off as she imagines, which I suppose to the king is a clear sign that she's actively considering just going to assassinate Diablo Brass.
Shizuka, no, you need to stay here and you need to keep me protected, because as much as I fear war, I fear the many following assassination attempts more.
Yeah, that's also true.
Don't love politics.
Yeah.
And this is why I don't think your friend should be a king, but hey, it's not me.
Look,
I'm being weird.
he can dream as much as he wants, but if he takes this into battle and takes this onto my life, I will kill him.
good fucking luck.
Let's try and strike a nice even ground and instead try and counsel him towards more wise actions. Wow, this is strong. He brings up the mug. It's like, I normally don't talk this candidly. So, I would like
notes being taken in the background.
I would like you to. You would know this is like one of the few occasions where he indulges in alcohol. Normally, he's just a caffeine fiend. I would like you all to come visit me sometime in the next 3 to 4 days once the celebrations have calmed down. Talk about your future and what we intend to do. My gratitude towards all of you, as well as the gratitude of the rest of the nation. But additionally, the matter of your transport, which will take some time, even just getting a ship wrangled together where we're going to have a lot of people coming in through the port, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be choked. We want to get you out before the traffic really builds up. So that's going to be important. Additionally, that should be enough time to be able to get the matter of your commission filed away. What else is there? Right, yes, in the meantime, I would like you to tell your friends not to touch the body yet. I know you were all more than likely chomping at the bit to get pieces off of that. I appreciate that.
Oh, no.
I understand.
Yes,
Yeah, but speaking from a place of relative ignorance out of character. Don't touch the body just yet. It needs to be appraised. It needs to be dissected very carefully. But also, so that we can then talk about rewarding you potentially with parts of the dragon. Because by international law, as there are treaties in the events of dragons slain on foreign or national soil, as it was a military matter, as well as the fact that it was primarily brought down by my army, and slain on on Lorbis soil.
I mean, verdigris.
Nation, not capital.
Ah.
It was slain on Lorbis soil. That dragon is property of the state. At least its corpses. To be divvied up as is proper via the hunters' treaties to those who contributed to the kill. Many of those scales and teeth should be going towards making equipment to better arm my army. There's a lot of material on that dragon. I guarantee you, you will not lack for material once we're done with it. And I very much doubt you're going to be able to cart away several hundred tons of dragon.
Scaring dragon bones.
Yeah. So, if nothing else, consider it a favor. We will give you the choice pieces. We'll help you get them. Hell, we'll even potentially help you make something out of them if you really want to. Hell, maybe even consider that part of your reward. But I ask you all to not mess with the corpse just yet. Because that is going to be a very sore point when it comes to international relations going forward. And I am begging you.
Should we tell him that Karya ate the heart already?
Who's
Yeah,
Mallory
smash,
doesn't know.
smash cut to
Who's gonna
Karya again.
Mallory
Doesn't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat that
I
heart a
assure
little.
you, I will try my best to prevent any of the hooligans I travel with from.
Yeah. Sorry, 1 second.
Whoa.
Mitch. Yeah, that's what we started the session with today. Karya has it in his head that dragons give each other burials by eating each other's hearts to sort of like take on that part of them to carry them forward and that kind of thing. It's a very ceremonial thing. So when I was talking about the peeled watermelon thing, Karya had extracted the dragon's heart from its chest and just started taking bites out of it.
Yeah, he's eating a heart right now.
He's eating a heart that's the size of his torso.
He's eating a heart
What
and
do you
struggling
mean?
to keep it down.
What do you
very
mean
gross.
What do you mean with Karya has it in his head? Are you saying that is not even?
I'm saying that's based entirely off of his own belief and may or may not be true.
Yeah, he has no idea.
Oh my God,
As
Karya! I
with
swear to
classic-
God.
Karya,
Classic Karya moment.
to refresh the context, Karya spent the majority of his time living in dragon society as a slave that tended to a clutch of eggs. He wasn't exactly high society.
Yeah, no. He doesn't know. He just saw his father and some of the bigger dragons eating other dragons' hearts, and he was like, "This is probably how you bury them." So it's
This
just
is probably the burial
down.
rite, right? Yeah, it should be. Yeah,
It's symbolic.
yes, and sinewy and juicy.
And in fact, I will return to the side of the dragon to relay that information to, I assume.
Wonderful.
The rest of the
I
party.
appreciate that greatly. And there's a knock at the door. Sir, quarterly reports. As the door opens, and in comes Lady Maria.
Oh.
Ah, she
Uh,
wasn't in No Maria.
Second, I'm going to open up that little bit of a Lady Maria, little dwarfling paladin. As she she knocks on the door. She comes in with a bundle of papers, and to which Guillermo, with a hand on one of his knuckles resting, is, I'm pretty sure that I think yesterday I told you that you were going on vacation, and yeah, and today a dragon attacked the kingdom. So I'm going to delay my vacation a little bit, if for no other reason, the fact that no boats are currently leaving the port, Your Majesty. Point taken. So anyway, she comes up, slaps comes up like the shell, the what do you call it, the desk comes up about to her head height as she slaps down a stack of papers, and then says, "Priority reports are on the tops, Your Majesty. I'm going to go get a drink of water. I have been working up a sweat running back and forth. Please do." As he then pulls off a couple of the top reports, starts skimming over them. Okay, brawl broke out in the back street. Expected, a lot of alcohol going around. We go. We're low on gunpowder. Go figure. Guillermo's face begins to drain of color.
Shizuka looks over his shoulder to see.
There's a still life relief sketch of Karya with his face in a dragon heart.
Bum, bum,
Oh,
bum,
Oh,
bum,
no,
bum.
bro.
There's
it's
like
funny that it happened. It's 10 times funnier that someone drew it.
Someone instead of
So,
stopping him,
yes.
drew him.
Just
Oh,
like you
man.
see,
He doesn't
Guillermo's,
exactly
you see
get
Guillermo's
paid.
hands begin to slowly shake and tremor.
What?
From you see the king getting pale, and like as he looks at that, Shizuka looks over his shoulder, looks at what he's getting pale at, and there's just like the Windows 89 shutdown noise.
Ding, 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 ding.
What happened? Did a second dragon appear?
As he brings the paper up high above his head,
No,
he
worse.
slaps it on the desk. That motherfucker!
Can I take a glance of what happened?
As the paper comes down the desk, you see upside down the black and white charcoal sketch of Karya devouring a heart, this like the size of his chest. Mind
My
you,
kid.
Karya is 8 feet tall.
Second dragon of the kingdom.
Yeah, there's
Another dragon is
there's-
attacking the kingdom.
there's a second dragon cannibalizing the first one.
Oh no, Kari, you fuck done.
It's just like Guillermo. He's got his hand like firmly pressed over the report. His hand is
Why do I-
sunk into the other one as it's propped against the desk.
Oh,
Where do I even begin with this?
Oh, Neko or Dark Neko Channel, whatever you would like me to call you. Welcome in. Thank you. I saw you subscribed about a week ago. Thank you for coming in and seeing this. Yeah, it's a hell of a thing to start on because this is also what we started the session with. But we've come wrapped back around as report of this has reached the ears of the king. Yeah, that's where you where do you even begin with this? You don't. Since I say, okay. It's just those. Like he brings both of his hands out, just like trying to wave away and like outwards. Okay. This is not okay.
No. This can be salvaged.
How?
I fucking hope so.
I
No,
wish
no,
I
see,
was there because I could give an idea to pretty easily salvage this, but I'm not. So
Just
Just like
stitch it up and act like
in-
it never happened.
like full on like
no, even
it,
easier than that.
there's a painstaking minute as his hands shakily come to his face. Between middle finger and thumb, his fingers crease around the wrinkles that have begun to sink into his face, come together to pinch the fat of his cheeks, and then pull away. Okay. It's just a heart. It's just a heart. It's just an extremely valuable alchemical component. Usually extremely rare mineral inside. It's just a dragon's heart. It's just the heart of a mythical being that hasn't been seen for several hundred years.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You can spin it around.
I can't spin dragon cannibalism.
But that's the thing. It's dragon cannibalism. We can say that it's something about the heart. We can have him lie to you.
Okay.
To you.
Okay, before you go down that road, I'm going to be less angry about this later. I'm sure part of this is just the alcohol. But I am absolutely fucking furious with your friend right now. I'm going to expect an explanation for this. I'm not going to punish any of you for this, because this was done probably in the heat of the moment, a moment of passion, where I was not there to supervise your 8-foot cannibal toddler and his pet dragon.
Pet, I'll have you know, good sir. Okay.
Yes, I should.
I'm going to be less
stay
angry
there.
about this later. I'm going to try and process this and bury it under a mountain of coffee, alcohol, and egregious paper. You are still members in good standing with the king. As a matter of fact, at the end of the day, that dragon heart would have probably ended up being yours anyway. But you asked for it.
That's good.
I'm very, very tempted to break in some sort of break it, you buy it clause. But again, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, because you, as his hands come to the edge of his desk and his fingers begin to bury into the hardwood, because you are my friends.
We're friends.
It's awful.
Mallory, with me. Deep breath in.
Deep breath out.
Deep breath out.
Poor Vlad. Oh no.
And then he just reaches to his side, uncorks his flask.
No.
Yeah,
and
he's
then,
he looks into his mug, he kind of turns it over, tries to see if any drops come out, and just tosses it to the side. Okay. Melodrama and mania aside. Harebrained schemes are now off the table. I intend to explain this to the group as a whole later. You can provide them as context, or I will explain it in full myself, but the plans are going to stop now. Because as of this point, I have reached a Rubicon of not being able to keep up with it anymore. As it stands, everybody is calling me the Iron Dragon. Everybody is lauding me in the streets. As much as I hate that, I have been immortalized, and people are going to expect more out of me now, which means I can't betray their expectations. As of this day forward, whether I like it or not, I have to act in my full capacity as king. That does, however, mean I'm going to have to act more like a king and less like a boy stuck on the throne as I have been. So, fortunately, our meetings past this point are going to be a lot less casual. I'm going to be a lot more business, and I'm going to be a lot more forthright, and I'm going to be putting my country before you guys. Apologies if that sounds a little bit ruthless, but such a king must be. I'm going to make less...
I would have done the exact same.
I understand that. So, I'm going to make less breaks and less allowances for all of you, and I'm going to be more than likely have less time to make audience with people, as this is more than likely going to attract many eyes. And I'm going to be stuck dealing with a lot of people. For the time being, I'm going to avoid announcing your involvement with the slaying of the dragon.
Right, I was gonna ask that anyway. Thank you.
Good. Because I think the last thing you guys want now is international scrutiny for potentially being the slayers of a dragon. To be fair, and I'm going to be very forthright on this, my men did most of the work. But you
Yes.
guys went into a danger that I had no earthly business asking you to. And you did it anyway, and you put your lives on the line. You almost got roasted alive for it. And I am sorry about that.
Oh no,
Yeah.
this is completely fine. We're even now.
Yeah, that's true. The favor has been repaid. That said, and as much as I will now have to act in a much more official and professional capacity, I mean it when I say you're friends of the state. If you have enemies, if you have needs, if you need information, resources, consultation, an ally, Lorbus owes you all a great debt. So just ask. Come by, visit. We'll try to do our best.
Under-
That said, you're dismissed. Bring the good news and the bad news to your friends, and try and enjoy the celebrations. I'll have your title with you probably next time you see me.
Thank you very much, Your Majesty.
He kind of gives a overly melodramatic sort of like whirl of his hand. He says, "At ease." As he then takes up the musket from across his desk, lays it in his lap, and just kind of contemplatively runs his hand up and down the barrel.
Not yet.
Just wondering if it'll fit. All right, back to work.
What?
As he then puts it out, he leans it up against the bookcase behind him. He says, "We have a lot of paperwork to do." He turns like as he motions Mallory to leave the room, assuming you do.
Yeah, he takes a quick bow and
Mm.
enough of the societal grandeur, and then
Mm.
leaves.
As the door clicks shut behind you and you begin to leave the palace, like I'm assuming you're like on a different end of the city at this point, considering how long this meeting has
Yes.
been going.
Very much so.
Guillermo hangs his head, Shizuka, as you and Lady Maria, who has just come back with her drink of water, watch on him, and you see he's all the bluster, all the posture and the bravado has kind of fled out with one breath as he slumps on the desk with a You can see him trembling. His arms are shaking just below him a little bit. But there is a ghost of a smile on his face as he says, "We really did it." And he looks over to you, Shizuka,
Well-
and he, again, that same ghost of a smile. He says, "What would I do without all of you?"
Oh, what would you have done without an army of guns behind your back?
A lot of guns do help.
Useful things only, considering they can kill the dragon.
Hmm.
But a part of me considers with how much is ahead of us if what is worse, the aftermath of killing a dragon or being killed by a dragon.
One's most certainly a more swift mercy.
Slow death by 1,000 guts?
1,000 paper cuts, more like. Gonna run out
Exactly.
of ink at this point. And with that, we're gonna shift over. See, Mallory's on his way back to rejoin the group. Hollow, you've once more gained the reins of the now significantly more singed giant cart. Which, for the new people in chat, if you're still listening, very early on in the campaign, the party were so fortunate as to to come across a crazy cart salesman who sold them a cart made for giants. It was just an oversized luxury model that he had too many, that he got made at one point as a novelty and was sitting in the lot. Sold it to them. The thing is large enough that normal horses cannot pull it, so it's pulled by two what are called mammoth horses, which are huge size. The same cart was used in a bid to lure the dragon into a kill box by loading it up with barrels of fish that had been lightly smoked as a result of the warehouse they were in being on fire. That's a whole other thing. The dragon singed the cart and evaporated all of the canvas off of it, so the thing is currently a bit bare bones. I wouldn't say necessarily chaos horses. They're like, imagine, I think the closest comparison would probably be to a Clydesdale, but, a couple hands taller. Chaos horses look like. I would, comparable size.
Chaos horses.
Yeah, comparable size.
Chaos
not
horses
quite
are
as-
just big horses.
yeah. Comparable size, not quite as spiky. Yeah, you'll find there's no real proper images, except for like Clydesdales. But mammoth horses are in fact a statted thing in the core books for Pathfinder First Edition. Yes, quite big and quite furry. They have what I really like about them is that sort of like tassel of fur that hangs around or hair that hangs down around the hoof. I think it's very pretty. But yes, having now moved away from courtly matters to Hollow, I believe would be a good point to go. Vark, you are currently still at the site of the cannibalistic ritual. And Flick is currently going on a rager. God bless his heart.
God, I wish I was there.
Fucking half the party is staring in abject horror because Kari is eating a heart. The other half is at the Capitol just screaming with the king, and Flick is just getting fucked up in the street. He's just living his best life.
Yeah,
Trash.
Flick lets
for
the
him.
shit wash off his fur, no problem. I mean, partially off his fur. He is missing a good chunk
Yeah.
after getting singed. But
He,
he's having a
Gee,
good
thanks.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. For those listening right now, there's a running joke in our party that Mallory wants to turn Flick, my character, into a Sphinx cat.
God.
Wants to shave all of his fur off.
I want to see this timeline, anyways.
Horrific.
That'd be a good
gonna be
disguise.
so cute.
He will be so wrinkly.
I want him to
I'm
look
gonna
like...
look like a ghoul from Fallout.
No, I want him to look
Oh.
like Bingus. He can look exactly like Bingus.
Oh no. Backs the fur off. Oh,
Oh my
no.
god, if that happens, we have to change his PNG to Bingus.
Yeah, like-
I'm gonna look like a fucking. I'm gonna look like a ghoul
You have-
or something from Fallout.
Okay,
Flick has
Mark, if
two
you-
modes, Floppa and Bingus.
yeah, I put in tab menu what Bingus looks like. You could be Bingus.
Poor boy.
Don't you want to be him? Like, look
I
at
do not
him.
want. No, I do not want to be the catfolk equivalent of a xenomorph. Thank you very much.
You will get to have an actual reason to wear clothes. Like,
We got 23.
Is this an extended just scheme so you can play dress up on Flick?
Yes.
I see.
no. Why would anyone think of that?
Does it count as animal abuse if I'm a catfolk?
Well, if you count that as animal abuse, then I get to treat you as my animal.
I mean,
Oh.
there was the cat belt, but anyway,
We're about.
that's some fucking dangerous territory right there.
We're about to fall down a really, really weird rabbit hole. Let's
Yeah.
not.
Let's not.
But
Let's
anywho,
not. So, Flick, we have established, is currently living his best life. Most
Yes.
people are too drunk to see straight, and as a result, do mostly just think that that Flick might just be a particularly hairy man at this point. Rather
with big
than,
ears.
with big ears, yes, and like giving further what do you call it? Further realism to the time-honored cheer of "Cheers, big ears." So yes, they do it in your honor. Huzzah. Going back to the disaster zone, as Hollow, and I think eventually followed by Mallory. It would probably take a bit for you to find your way back to the place, and also like so Hollow has the benefit of being on his wagon.
By the time it takes them, it probably has been more than half an hour. Have I consumed the entire heart? And better
No,
question, have I
because
found
you still
the
need to
stone?
digest that shit, my man. That is a lot
Ah,
of
fair.
meat.
Fair
Also,
enough.
by the way, I would
better
have used
follow-up
Esmeralda to get there.
question. Yeah, that's fair. Better question then. Have I found the stone at least?
For that, give me a survival check.
That I can do. I'm
And
not
I
bad at that.
guidance since I'm still trying to wipe blood off his face. Like he's a toddler.
I'm busy.
Siren being party mom in more than ways than one.
Oh yeah, ad
Okay.
time.
Oh, that's going to be some interesting roleplay in the bedroom.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh
God.
no!
Oh no.
Okay, survival.
Disgusting.
Mark,
I
I've
shall
been
not
informed of the
get rid
term
of
MILF.
Ah, you know what? That's not bad for me. I actually don't have. I thought this came with survival. I thought it was a class skill.
Does that wait? So for Siren, does that make Karia a Dilf, a dragon I would like to break?
Yeah.
Well, he's not a dad. Unless.
Dragon.
He is
Dragon.
now.
Oh!
Dilf, dragon I would like to break.
Dragon. That's true.
I wish this heresy ceases immediately.
Meanwhile, Guillermo is fucking freaking out.
You're
No,
having a
actually,
fucking meltdown.
if Karia
Mhm.
is a DILF, Guillermo is a GILF.
Oh,
Oh.
no, bro.
Oh god.
That's concerning. Anyways, guidance is
But-
what
well,
again? It's
Melina
just an
could also
additional
be a
D4.
guild.
Just a +1.
Okay, so that's a 17, which honestly, that's not bad for me.
Yeah.
I thought that survival was a class skill. It turns out it's not.
You have points in it?
No, weirdly enough, I thought I did, but I think maybe when my character sheet goofed, I just didn't touch it for some reason. It doesn't matter. 17 is still not bad.
Maybe. Regardless, you get a total of a 17 as Siren provides you a little pat on the shoulder as you go rooting down, elbow deep into the heart as you root around for something sharp and rocky. Because of just, again, the horrendous nature of this little scene here that's transpiring, I feel the need to draw attention to this, just to ground us a little bit. Karia, after taking several big bites out of this big, wobbly, fleshy, bloody mass of muscle tissue, that he's made a nice big opening into into the top two ventricles, brings his arm up after the topic of the Heartstone being brought up, and begins to slide his hand between the muscle tissue as it squelches as his arm sinks deeper all the way to the elbow, like something out of Meet the Medic.
Siren raises an eyebrow.
Is it wrong that I get more hungry? Tia?
I'm actually hungry too. I'm gonna make myself a
Mm.
sandwich soon.
I gotta wait till 3 a.m.
Hmm.
Oh boy, 3 a.m.
Time for meat. So I'd make an eat your heart out joke again, but I already made one.
So hungry, I could eat a whole Octorok.
As you sit there next to the dragon head, rooting around inside of its displaced heart, you fumble around kind of blindly inside of it, and then your hand closes around something sharp. It pricks your hand for a second, and you grab it between your thumb and forefinger. You bring it up, but you grip it just a little bit too hard. As you bring it up, you can see it's disintegrating between your two fingers. It looks to be a small little. At this point, it's small. When you heard a few times, you've heard about heartstones when the butchers at the butchers and the funeraries, or what passed for them at Orthos's compound, talked about them. They were sometimes the size of like a human fist. Sometimes they were large, like hunks of mineral. Others they were sharp and ore-like. Some even resembled needles in terms of like their profile, with a sort of rough, rocky texture. This one seems to be more of the latter category. It was thin, relatively long. It was a bit like a piece of Valspar, I would say. It was kind of a chalky consistency. As you bring it out, but not gingerly enough, as it seems to turn first to like little rocky shards, like bits of obsidian, and then starts to break apart. Mixing
can I
with
cast mending on it?
No. With a bit of like the blood mixes it starts to turn into almost kind of a powdery slurry between your fingers. It's a brittle texture. It's thin. This feels incomplete. Like the formation of heartstones is not a guarantee for dragons, and often it's like a pearl in a clam. And often they're imperfect. They're not full. And as far as you know, from what limited knowledge you have on it, heartstones are supposed to be a kind of coalescence of some of the most valuable magical minerals a dragon might eat over their lifetime, as well as consolidated with some of their innate magic, which is what makes them so sought after as a potential thing for a magical focus. This one seems brittle, half-formed, and a little bit fragile. And as such, it turns to first crumbles, powder, and then a kind of slurry between your fingers until you're left with like a couple of kind of small pebble-sized hunks, and the rest is all just kind of goop.
Well, that is
So Grim, thank you very
unfortunate.
much. Grim, thank you very much for the self-care. Right your backs, unshrimp, maybe get a drink.
That
Sounds good.
Vark, I believe I found what would have been this heartstone.
Great.
What
Mark?
happened to it?
Mark, you know for a fact that heartstone,
God.
at the very least, from what limited texts Lydia had on the matter. Okay, thank you very much for sticking around, Mitch. Go sleep. Take your time. And I
Have a good one,
always,
Mitch. Thank
if
you
you
for
do
being
end
here.
up watching the videos, always appreciate it. We'll be in touch. You want to talk about TTRPG stuff? Always open to it. But yes, from what academic knowledge you have, heartstones are supposed to be firm, resilient, and burning with magic, which is what makes them so okay, magical. Of course, I appreciate it. I will respond. Probably after the session's ended. But yes, talk to you later. Good night.
Good night.
The nature of magical items tends to make them just by default a lot harder to break. You know for a fact that magical imbued items, just in general, tend to be far harder to shatter, sunder, break, and otherwise put out of commission. So something's just crumbling between a mortal man's fingers. Even as strong as Karya is, you think he was trying to be delicate. More than likely, this thing was not fully formed, and as a result, even whatever capacity it could have fulfilled might have been limited. Would have still been your first live sample to potentially work with and get an idea of what a heartstone can do, beyond just what academic texts have told you. But it's not the worst thing that could have happened. It is, however, fully buggered.
Well, you're
no.
welcome to the
Oh.
shards. Anyways, ugh.
Yeah. That's
You
a lot
know,
of. Yeah, this, even given your prodigious metabolism, this is some incredibly dense muscle tissue, and you are not
Oh, yeah.
digesting this very quickly.
maybe perhaps it's time to give it a rest.
You feel like there's a
know,
brick lying in your
overeating.
stomach right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Overeating can be actually quite bad for your body.
Mhm.
I would stop if I were you.
Especially considering it's the kind of flesh from a creature that routinely eats rare metals.
That's true.
It's probably
After I-
sandy.
After I finish this,
Very
I will
gritty.
never break a bone again. I don't believe well, I don't think you're supposed to just save it for later and finish, but I guess there's no harm in that. I'll just... Okay, just one more bite.
No, stop. It's
Okay.
fine. It's fine.
Alright.
I just,
Cloth. There's-
Sorry, roll me a fortitude saving throw.
I can do that.
resistance.
I wouldn't otherwise, but you've on multiple occasions tried to push yourself past what you can stomach.
Yeah, no, I completely understand.
I hit him with
Uh.
resistance.
Just trying to give him a
Got
little
to.
pat on the back to maybe hold his hair back.
Yeah, if he's gonna throw up,
That's
yeah.
funny.
Yeah, you're able to you feel your gorge rising, but you manage to choke it back down, if barely.
Okay, that's enough. I'll save the rest for later. I'm sorry. Just wrap.
Yeah, actually,
Wrap.
Siren, you're trained in heal, right?
Yes, very much so.
Give me a roll of that, because this is your general medicine skill.
Okay. Oh, god damn it! I just closed the thing. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I should just have it on a different.
If you worried about it cluttering up the screen, you can double click where your name is, and it will minimize it.
Oh. Well, I usually pull it out on a separate tab.
Okay. You can minimize it like that, and
go.
it will go transparent as well.
Fair. Heal. I will guidance myself. Oh wow, 29.
You're starting to recognize some, given the way he's kind of clutching his stomach, and you're noticing a sort of shift in the coloration of his skin, particularly around where his scales are. And this is a rare thing, but it is something that your mother taught you about. He's exhibiting symptoms of rare metal poisoning, heavy metal poisoning.
Oh my god, just from eating the heart?
Yes. The heart is the consolidation
Yeah.
of a dragon.
From eating the heart.
Yeah.
So as Siren goes to aid him in case he throws up, but he's able to choke it back, she looks at him and she goes, you've got heavy metal poisoning, Haria. You've got too much metal in your system. I think you had too much of the heart. You perhaps should have only eaten a proportional amount to your anatomy. Would I know how to get rid of, through medical means?
You have a
Either
restoration spell?
either let it run its course, as he doesn't seem to have hit a point where it's bad just yet, but he's showing symptoms, which means either there's enough in his system that is going to have a bad effect and there's nothing you can do about it, or it's just before it would be an otherwise potentially lethal dose, so LD50. Either way, either you need to let it run its course, as there is no antidote to heavy metals. You just need to get them out of your system. Or
What
you
about
can do it
pop?
through magical means, such as things like, such as neutralize poison.
Yeah, I'm looking through my spells. I don't remember what level spell
What
that
about
is.
counteracting the heavy metal with a healthy dose of pop music?
Oh my god.
So what you're saying is we're going to turn Karya into Ladybeard.
Yes.
What?
Sorry, Babybeard.
Oh, god damn it.
Or additionally, if Vark has a laxative, maybe.
I mean, he did have an emetic.
Let's-
Oh wait, it's a 4th level spell. I think I should have it then.
I do have the vomit capsule.
Don't touch me with that.
It'll be the third
Let's
time he's
see.
tried to put that in a dragon's mouth.
Oh yes. Yeah.
This one won't miss.
So I've got neutralized poison. Siren has poison, but she doesn't have it prepared. So she's gonna say, that's not good. Not the worst thing, but not good. I would definitely not eat any more of that if I were you. And tomorrow I can get rid of it for you. But for today,
Oh,
I can't do much. You
That's
just
it,
have to
young
sit
man.
with it for now.
That's it,
I
young man.
see, I
You're
see.
off the dragon meat.
I see. So what you're telling me is that I can't eat any more today. Okay, I understand.
No, you can't
He'll
eat
just start-
any more at
He'll
all.
just start wrapping it up.
At all.
I'm gonna take this
Karya?
to go.
If you eat any more, I will shunt you to a different plane. I swear to Maluna I will do that.
See, it's
Vark
You are
standing
in
behind
timeout, young man.
In timeout.
Vark standing behind Siren just like lifts, like in between two pinched fingers, hold up the vomit capsule.
What is that?
And he,
Now I
and
just
he
imagine.
gives Karya a stare.
I just imagine now whenever
I'll
Siren
bite your
casts
damn
banishment,
handle.
she just goes, "You're grounded."
You're
You're
grounded.
You're
Yeah.
grounded.
I'll be taking the rest of the heart. Fine.
Bear
I won't eat it. You know what? The more that I reflect on draconic culture, the more I start to realize how I am not a dragon. Fire, please, let's go. I'm going to go take a nap. He'll just,
He's got
Stagger.
the meat sweats.
yeah, he's just rubbing his forehead. He wraps up the rest of the heart, tucks it under his arm. He will admittedly look back to the dragon, just like rest a hand on him and go. People, many strange
You're
beliefs.
coming through a little rough there, man. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, you're really robot-y. I thought that
Oh,
was just on
yeah,
my
I
end.
don't. Oh my god, you know
No,
what?
It's
I'm sitting here
Damocles.
too.
He's made a return.
Yeah, Damocles made a return. What it was that I was sitting next to the microwave.
Oh no, he ate so much metal he became a robot.
The
No.
microwave is acting up and is making it's messing with his heart because of all the metal.
Boopy boopy boopy.
But
He's
I'm
pacemaker,
audible, yeah.
no!
You're still roboting.
God damn it!
You are little beep boop, yes.
Beep.
God damn it.
I did
Wait a
catch the
minute.
bit. You put your hand on the dragon and you said, "What?"
Wait a minute, I have a plan.
You're better now.
Yeah, there we go. That's why. The way this mic works is that it actually gave me a Bluetooth, like almost like a Wi-Fi connector, and I plugged that in to do it. And my child had hid it under the couch, so I had to find that
Oh.
tracks.
Baby.
He'll put the hand on the. He will admittedly put his hand on the dragon before he leaves. Its heart tucked under his arm like a football, as he kind of just pats him and goes, I don't know if I'm doing this right, but our people have very strange customs that I still don't understand. But I am sorry. Rest.
If it's a cold comfort, but you at very least know for certainty that his soul is no longer around to judge whether or not you desecrated his corpse.
That's true. Yeah, we'll never know.
Would Holo Holo or Mallory arrive at the end?
I think at this point, Holo Holo would have arrived maybe a couple minutes ago as he was watching this, and Mallory is soon to follow.
I can imagine him as soon as he sees, like, when he arrives, Karya has his hand on the dragon. He's like, "Don't touch that!"
Yeah, I would say Holo Holo would have needed to take a while to calm the horses, because they did get their asses singed and they were very very uncooperative after the
They were
dragon.
quite spooked.
I would have healed them actually, if like
That's
possible.
good. That would help a lot towards towards getting them to trot back towards over where the dragon is. They're very spooked by the thing, but they at least recognize that it's dead. As Holo Holo comes trotting up, and a couple minutes behind him is Mallory on his horse Esmeralda.
Well, wait, would Holo Holo see Karya eating this
As you were trotting up, you would have, at the very least, been privy to it. As you were approaching, you would have seen that happening, as him taking slow, reluctant bites, and eventually tucking, like wrapping it up and tucking it under his arm.
What would be the check I need to make for Arcana? Okay.
Because it's a magical creature.
All
Also,
right.
Grim, it's not secretly a star metal dragon. It just ate a lot of gold and heavy metals throughout its life.
All right. 29. I take it. I know.
No, we
Also, I appreciate
cut
the anniversary, Grim. Also, yes. You know what? Not too far off. Grim brings up the phenomenon that is polar bears and their livers. Did you know that a polar bear has enough vitamin A in its liver to kill something like 50 grown men?
That's
my
pretty
God.
nice.
Yeah, if you try and
Damn.
eat a full polar bear's liver, you'll get like
You'll die.
You'll get like 2% in, and you'll die of vitamin A poisoning.
That's
Wow.
that's pretty good. So what we do is we cut its stomach open and we get all the rare materials. Yeah, you know, like maybe there's some
sure. But yes, you're coming. Holo, you're coming up. Just to keep the order of things, Holo would be coming up first, as you see him kind of wrapping it up and tucking it under his arm. As you make your Arcana roll, and you have pretty much the same result as Vark did. Dragons are full of extremely valuable components for armor, weapons, all kinds of magical items, spell components, alchemy, and the heart is one of the most valuable organs within a dragon.
Holo Holo will stand there just like deadpan, but a little tear would just fall down his eye as he just watches.
Varg
I
turns
don't have the
towards
strength to
him.
stop.
It's like if someone went to a do I want to be particularly gruesome about this? Maybe I do. It's like if somebody, I don't know, went to a Wagyu farm, lowered one of the big fat cows they keep on the sort of suspension down, and then just started ripping into it.
Oh.
Sorry to anybody that's a vegetarian.
I have done my part. I'm gonna go lay down.
He's such a
Just kind of
Just
gonna hobble off with the heart just tucked under his arm like a football. And just.
Yeah. You
I'm
get
gonna look in the pocket a little. How much would I need to pay you both in grapes for you to go snatch that?
I don't think we can carry that. Also, I don't feel like wrestling with the Dragon Man, even if he does have the tummy aches.
That's pretty fair.
I'll bite his dick off if you want me to.
No, don't do that. Don't do Cololos.
Aww.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't bite his dick off. Zirin still needs that.
Ah! The whole time, Kara's like, my tummy hurt.
My tummy hurts.
My tumbus hurt.
Tummy hurt.
This would have killed a man twice his size. Well, a man half his size. However, Karya has a very strong constitution.
No, he's currently having the tummy aches. Looks at poison. Looks at hex. Joking.
Yeah, you could potentially
Zirin,
hex him with a poison.
Yeah, I could. Yeah.
Oh god,
Hex
please
tummy
don't.
ache.
Hex tummy ache.
Tummy void.
I
You
cast.
cure it with the chalky milk.
No, I cast permanency on his tummy ache anyway.
I'll kill you. Spell will end when you're dead.
You now
Oh
have
my god.
you now have chronic IBS.
I can't believe
Oh
this.
no.
The worst
How
thing
am
is,
I gonna
Karya,
eat my dad now?
It wouldn't end with his death if it's permanency.
Oh god, you're right.
Then it would just make it. Then it would just
it
make
would
him feel
end when
good.
his biological functions cease. So yeah, when he's dead.
Yeah.
That said,
Or when he ascends
phrasing
to
Karya,
godhood.
don't talk about eating your dad out. He just up like all the way out here, man.
That's true. We're not in. We're not in.
We're not in Dragon Country.
I gotta find a. Yeah, we're not in Dragon Country. That's fine. Okay.
We're not in Dragon
He'll just
Band.
walk past. He'll just walk past Mallory, get into the cart, and just hear thunk as he just rocks as he drops.
It was holo. Mallory's not here yet.
Mallory, you're not far behind
yeah.
on Esmeralda. You're considerably faster than the cart because, well, single horse versus heavy wagon. As you, Karya thumps himself down in. Vair's not far behind, having to drag himself across the ground a little bit.
With a full tummy.
He's a full dummy as he leaves
Like
a little.
something.
He leaves a little impression in the ground where his stomach rubs against it. A little bit of a divot. He looks up at Karya and he just says, "Man, I don't want to be whatever toilet you sit on tomorrow morning."
No, it's okay. I'm going to be honest, Vair. I think that there are some things in our culture that we can let die. The next time,
Traditions are stupid.
I couldn't agree more. I tried doing the right thing, and I'm going to be honest. I think I'm tired of doing the right thing.
I think the right thing feels really, really wrong, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there.
Next time, just stick to the oats.
I don't feel any stronger like they said I would.
I think it's supposed to be symbology or whatever.
It's probably symbolic,
It's like
and I hate
like
symbolism.
a metaphor or whatever they call it.
Yeah. Are you growing? Do you feel like you're getting more powerful? Maybe it was a dragon
It's
thing.
like he like flops onto the like with the leg alley in the bottom of the wagon. He like, wait, let me check as he like stretches his neck out to full length, spans out his wings, his tail behind him, as he begins to. Nope.
Symbolism is stupid, and I hate our people for that even more now.
So I
Okay,
think magic is a hoax.
I am too, and I can do it now. I don't believe in it anymore. I'm taking a nap. Good night, Vair. Don't die.
I'm taking a nap.
I'm gonna take a nappy.
We roll
I
over.
go
He's gonna roll over like cuddling the dragon heart. Like just
Yep. As
It's
you just
still
lean
warm.
in, it's still a little bit warm and squishy under your head. It's a nice pillow.
it's a nice
Oh
pillow.
god, it's gonna fucking
They're
sink
saying this.
blood
It's
into my
wrapped in like a
floorboards.
length of linen or something, and it's very slowly beginning to soak through.
He's gonna
Oh
wake
my
up and have
God.
his face is covered in blood. Just
It's already covered in blood.
more the other half. There you go.
It's just like the side of his face. His hair is matted against his. It's dried on. Ugh. Just the picture of a feral child. That's what Kari is slowly becoming at this point. It's a giant feral toddler.
Yeah, he's trying to figure this shit out. It's been a while.
You'll get there. We all get there.
We all get there, but for now, he has a tummy ache.
Tummy word. So yes. Meanwhile, Mallory is now come up alongside the wagon and is graced with the sight of Karya coming up with something bloody and linen wrapped under his arm, which is vaguely about the size of the heart, minus maybe a few pounds. The dragon corpse, and he looks very sick. And Vair is kind of dragging a bit of a big tummy underneath him.
Karya, what did I specifically tell you before I left?
I had to perform burial rites. They weren't going to let me otherwise.
I'm.
Just like somewhere in the back of your mind, there's that little angel on your shoulder going, religious freedom.
Religious
Mallory.
freedom.
They can't persecute him for his religion, spiritual beliefs. There's that little, that much bigger devil on your shoulder that slaps it upside the head. But money!
Money.
Alright, I'm gonna say this in a language you understand. Are you the king of the land this dragon died on?
Doesn't matter. It's
It
my
matters. It matters a lot.
Okay, so hypothetically, if I was to kill your entire family on a piece of land that was mine, would I get to do what I want with their bodies?
Yes!
That's actually a very terrible thing to think of, Mallory. I'm very sorry you live like this.
You didn't kill this dragon. You do not own the land this dragon died on, and I told you not to touch it, and you did.
In defense of that, we all killed this dragon.
No.
Yes.
No.
Last hit rules don't apply when I was in its mouth.
What you're saying is that King Giamo wanted the dragon to be preserved for now.
Well, now he
Yes.
can have him.
There
Yeah.
are so many legal issues.
Well,
So much paperwork that I don't even want to think about. I feel sympathy for the first time ever.
well, then I'm very happy that I was able to help you on your development as a person. Now, if you
I do
don't
not.
mind, my
No,
tummy hurts.
I don't care if your tummy hurts. You're gonna put that heart back.
He's got a tummy ache. He's got.
Oh, I'm
Put
sorry
that
to tell you.
back!
Oh my god.
I'm-
It's too late for that.
That's
I'm
like
sorry.
it's like taking the half chewed, like it's like when your dog snatches your sandwich out of your hand, you get it back, but it's half chewed and most of it's missing.
I feel right now. I feel like a businessman whose like clothes are a little bit awry and his hair is like super like messed up as he's like having the caffeine shakes.
The
We can
caffeine.
fix
It's
this.
3 a.m. at a diner. You're
We can
pouring over
fix
this
this.
financial report.
Just tell
Yeah.
them that
Bro,
with it,
bro.
just
No.
tell them with its mind being controlled that it also didn't have a heart and it was undead.
No, 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 no. There are already pictures. Pictures of you.
Mallory, if I sketched you eating dung, would that make it true?
Yes, if it is an official who sketched it while on duty.
Remind me when Chaiko is firmly returned and everything is back in the world. I will have her commissioned to draw Mallory eating dung and name it as law.
I'm okay.
Anyway.
Rami, I have a question.
What's up?
Morticians, are they a thing?
Yes.
Do they have mending?
Some do.
Is it used on the corpse?
When there are like small incisions that need to be stitched up, because remember, mending only works on an inch-long break.
Okay. Siren, you know mending, right?
I don't think you understand that half of the heart is in my stomach, Mallory.
We're gonna cut you up and take it out.
Mallory, if you get anywhere near me with any one of your blades that barely hits anything to begin with, I promise you I will throw you over this cart. I am too sick for this.
You could just lay down, close your eyes, and pretend it never happened.
I think
If you open them again,
By your psychic breath. Just give her a
Nah.
headache, please.
He brings his head up. Ah.
I
the
understand.
year
Never
isn't
mind.
going to save
Yeah,
you.
Vair
now.
brings his up. He goes to like let out a breath, and then he just burps explosively.
Damn.
I specifically asked you not to touch it.
I understand. However, I needed to bury my kid.
You didn't need to do shit with your king.
Well, I'm sorry that you don't care for any of your family, and that is understandable, given from what I've learned of you. But even if I don't care for this one, he did nothing wrong. I don't feel right
Mark-
keeping my people.
Screams,
Mark of
see,
Taria.
screams of hundreds of villagers burned alive off in the distance in the
But-
afterlife.
Varkiv's Korea, one of those side-eye stairs. You know the ones, the dodging ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, that though. He was innocent at the very least. He didn't do it willingly.
Oh, I feel pain.
Like when Siren strangled Hullo Hullo, we didn't blame her for it. She was mind controlled. That is very similar to what happened to this thing.
I blamed her for it. Just did the-
Still
blamed her for it. Still blame her.
Still holds a grudge.
Have a stronger mind.
He's just
How do I
waiting for the
remember
right
this?
time to poison her tea.
Hmm.
Have a stronger mind, Fivehead, and then continues on.
Holo Holo quite literally will remember this.
Oh, I can't believe I considered you an acquaintance. Look.
He's fresh out
It's
of
okay,
marriage.
Mallory. I forgive you. Now, I will lay down.
Siren. Siren. Siren, please answer me.
They're in help. I think
Hello,
she's
hello.
dead.
Please, I need spiritual guidance.
Hello, please hold this, and these, and that.
What am I being told to hold? What?
He's putting down his sword cane, his light crossbow, his bolts, his daggers, and then he's gonna like reach. He's gonna reach into his wrist. He's gonna put all his punching daggers. He's gonna take out his manacles and his freaking gun, another crossbow, a flintlock. He's gonna put that like right beside all. He's gonna be like, please hold on to this. He's gonna
Wow.
walk over to Karya.
Who's currently laying in the wagon.
With blood on his face.
Big disgrace.
You are lucky that I have some restraint. And then he's gonna kick him with his blade boot.
What the fuck? Ow.
Trying to pop his
I don't
bone?
have all of it. I am drunk.
I am drunk. That's fair. That's fair.
I guess you just emptied your flask on the way back here.
Yeah,
Yes.
just and I'm gonna throw up all over his shoes.
And in the bottom of the wagon. Lovely.
Yeah.
As heart meat just
Oh.
his vomit is more red than green.
Oh.
You see little,
Why?
to those with sharper eyes, in the viscera and digestive juices, you see twinkles of little bits of rare minerals.
Oh.
Oh, look, there's an adamantium right there, Kari.
Adamantium.
He'll just start digging around in it, like, oh, finally.
Oh, where? Jesus
Sorry, I would like another
That is a
fortitude save,
joke.
please.
Can you potentially make that one for me? I can't
Sure.
get to the computer right now. Yeah.
Sure.
Don't worry, I'm not actually digging through. That was a joke. Fucking
Oh.
Yeah.
vomit on the
As much as
shoes.
this is entertaining, I don't want to necessarily drag this particular scene on.
Yeah.
Let me just. Where's your fortitude? There's your fortitude. It's pretty okay.
Yeah.
For that one.
Oh wow! You rolled a 12.
He did roll it out one. He rolled
That's
that
Roll
one.
really
that
rough.
one.
Well,
Karya,
well.
Maybe I'll kill you.
Karya, the full contents of your stomach come out with force as where the footwell, where Vair was lying, and where Mallory is standing, and there is no pretty way to depict this, turned into something more resembling a gutter, as the full contents of your stomach, digestive juices, blood, viscera, heart meat, and other various things, as well as stuff you may have eaten or drunk earlier today, fill the footwell and run out the back of the wagon like a gutter.
I
Ugh.
hope you
Va-
fucking remember
va-
this, Karya, because I don't plan to.
Vark puts his vomit capsule away.
Also, it is now drenching Vair.
In that moment, he'll just kind of sit up, having thoroughly thrown up all over Mallory.
Yeah. You feel,
And he'll
you feel.
You can
I'm
have
actually
the-
gonna say you take a level of fatigue as you feel better, but now exhausted.
Oh, on second thought, tradition is stupid. Here, and he'll just throw the wet bag of the heart at Mallory. Take
It
it.
collides with your chest, Mallory, and it is.
It's heavy, and now you're covered in
And now
blood.
it's mushy.
Vomit
Oh, yeah,
and
the
blood.
blood gets all over your fucking clothes. No.
Yeah.
I don't need it anymore. You can have it. Do whatever you want with it. Oh god, tradition is awful.
No. You caused this problem. You're going to keep that heart and remember what you did.
Okay,
You're
wonderful.
lucky he intended on giving it to us anyway, but you forwent all of the paperwork, and now he is.
I'm too sick to have a moral debate with you right now, Mallory.
There's the sound of
What?
burbling from where Bayer is.
Oh no, my ear will get you cleaned up, buddy. Uh,
God, yeah, grim. Like, hey, look, Bayer's down there in like the slowly lowering pool of various mixed bodily fluids. He's like, oh hey, I found your dignity down here.
it had to be somewhere.
Yeah,
I will have
Mallory's
this.
gonna.
I will have this moral debate with you later, Mallory, but I am sick. I will hold on to the heart then. I suppose this worked out for me, and I'll find something
Just
to do
pass
with
the
it.
heart back. Now the
Yeah,
like the
put
one
it in the
evidence
mimic.
the one
Put it in the
the one evidence that you were once holding it is now a big, almost kind of like stamp of blood across your front.
Vomit on the pants, blood on the shirt. Mallory, oh no.
He's gonna do the thing that he did last time. He's gonna step outside, he's gonna create water all over himself. And then he's gonna look in the mirror, say something a little bit heated against himself with the blistering invective. Shoop, he is now dry again.
No, you can't get it. No, okay. There is a spell I think Mallory is probably going to want to invest in at some point. Maybe get a wand of it or something. It's a spell
Yeah.
called Fastidiousness. Inquisitors don't normally get it. That's why I say maybe a wand or something.
How about prestidigitation?
Well,
I was gonna
prestidigitation is
say-
much slower, and whereas fastidiousness is specifically for cleaning yourself.
Fair enough.
Where prestidigitation is much more all-purpose, and you have to repeatedly cast it over and over and over again for each square foot.
Yeah,
But yes,
I have to cast it 6 times.
yes, which is why I think fastidiousness might be up your alley. I'll send you
A good
the-
spell for Mallory, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually invest in that. I think I have the funds for it.
There you go.
Thank you.
Because nothing about it goes off of spell level. Getting a wand of it should be pretty fucking cheap.
Alright.
It's a first level spell. So, but yeah, that aside, epiphany about potentially getting yourself a wand to keep yourself clean while going through the general nastiness of everyday adventuring aside.
Mhm.
Eventually, the Bayard just kind of prop himself up, drag himself out the back of the wagon, and shake himself off like a dog. Before then rolling around in the grass outside to try and get himself clean.
And Mallory will finally get on the horse. On Esmeralda.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd say one more thing. He goes, "Oh, right. We have an audience with the king in 3 days. At least dress appropriately."
We can do that.
Now excuse
go-
me while I go wipe my memory of all of your faces.
You're excused. I'm going to go lay on the grass.
Demon. Thing.
Climbs out of the cart.
And Allah, if he touches that dragon again, I want you to curse him, kill him, do whatever witch thing you need to do to keep him down.
Mallory, I'm not evil.
Do you? Look, I'm
Do I what?
I'm just saying
Grumble.
the way you treat your capybara sometimes makes me think you are.
What do you mean? I feed them all the time.
He offers them grapes.
I remember when they fell. You made them jump through the hole.
That was
I can
nice.
talk to them.
No, you literally can't.
I remember rolling that nat 20.
You also remember when the Holo wasn't there, but the rest of the party was when they talked to the capybara properly. The young
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Paka. He,
Uh-huh.
who would think this
my
would explode?
he exploded. Yes. So, I think we're going to transition out of that scene just a little bit as we finally, for now, leave the dragon corpse behind. The wagon is now smelling of wood smoke, whatever the hell kind of smell that roasted bullet plate makes, and vomit, blood, and viscera. Overall, probably the dirtiest or the filthiest you've come out of a job. Overall, though, you're all alive. Dragon is dead. Hijinks were had. The kingdom is in an upswing. When all of you return to the capital, the festivities are rising and only ever seem to be increasing in feverishness. As more and more you start hearing bards and poets and town criers professing the heroic, extolling the heroic deeds of the army of Lorbus, the unity and strength of its people, and most of all their beloved monarch, Guillermo the Iron Dragon, Guillermo Dragon Slayer.
This is very uncomfortable for me to be around.
And it's very uncomfortable for him to be. So,
I just picture like Shizuka writing like first-hand reports of the fight with the dragon and distributing them among the bards.
Yeah.
So they all know how it went, how the dragon was slain by Guillermo's hand.
Yep, with that one final shot to the back of the head. What a momentous occasion. This day will go down in legend. Much to many people's chagrin. So, how you guys spend the festivities is up to you. How you want to roleplay that out, I would say potentially might be something for out of session. It might be something to do out of session, then maybe summarize next time session happens. But I do want to kind of move past this rather than spend like the next hour of session potentially just waxing lyrical about how you guys celebrate or don't. I'm just going to basically assume that you, the more introverted of you, might spend your time within the hotel or just observing, and the more extroverted of you might take advantage of the celebrations and the many free food and libations being offered, and getting your party on. And you can, yeah, basically that. The Wormfall Festival. Was it Dragonfall? It was Dragonfall.
In the speech, she said Wormfall.
Wormfall. Okay, then we'll go with that. The Wormfall Festival, which ironically enough is happening just before fall, goes on for another 2 to 3 days, as was estimated, and it very much seems like next time this happens is going to be the standard duration. There are many performances, there are street fights, there are like as in like show fights, like dueling and boxing, much more bloody ones in the back alleys, much drinking, much eating, much cheering, much chanting. You can already hear some very basic and rudimentary chants being hollered by the many hundreds of drunk men and women in the streets, back and forth and back and forth. Since then, you guys have had time to enjoy your time or not, and cool down, clean off for some of you. And I want to say,
Hi.
yes. Hey, welcome back.
I missed a bit because there was a catastrophe.
Yeah, there was a bit where Mallory was pleading for your assistance. You were unfortunately not there because I believe you were dealing with a grasshopper.
Yes. It's extracted now.
Wonderful. But yes, we've moved over the part. Karya expelled the contents of his stomach after a kick in the gut from Mallory, a very angry Mallory.
Okay.
So that's the majority of what would poison him, purged. So, didn't have to use the vomit capsule. But yeah, Aria, on a more serious note, I believe at one point you mentioned you would have spent the majority of the festivities probably in contemplation by yourself.
Yeah, more than likely, I'm not even in the town. If I'm in the town, if I'm in our inn room. If not, I'm probably camped outside the city while they're celebrating because.
Unfortunately,
That's
you're not going to
not
get a hell of a
fun.
lot of peace because the celebrations have spilled out of the city.
Yeah, that's what I figured. It's trying to get away from the very most of it at the very least. Just set
Yeah.
up tent.
Generally
and
speaking,
go.
your in room might be the best bet. Otherwise, you're going to be at least a couple hours walk outside of the cabin.
Yeah, probably not a good idea right now. So yeah, probably tuck it away in an inn room.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask
Mhm.
if there's a moment where we go back to an inn or something
Now's
and
the
we're
time.
all reunited. Oh, now's the time. Okay.
Now would be the time.
Yeah,
Um,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. This should be like the last thing.
Yeah. Yeah, on Flick's part, since he's been partying for the better part of the day, he's probably going to come back to the inn looking quite a bit ruffled.
Oh, wait, we slept already?
I'm doing a sort of like gloss over where
Yeah.
like we're kind of like pushing past, or at least glossing over the days of celebration. I would say it's potentially an out of character thing, or sorry, an out of session thing that we can then summarize in the next session to
Oh.
help cut down on time. But this particular portion is something that I did want to highlight. So absolutely keep going with this.
Yeah, Flick is going to come back to the inn where everyone is staying, and quite well. He looks like he's had a good time, and to make a long description a bit shorter, he definitely looks a bit shit-faced.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, he's laughing, he's chuckling to himself.
Yeah.
He seems to be slurring quite a bit, but he's making his way to the door with purpose.
Yeah, his hood is kind of like haphazardly hanging off the back. He's like one ear
It's
is
hanging
in,
off one
ear is
ear.
out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so a sloshed Flick, completely completely ignored or oblivious to any of the previous tribulations, comes stumbling into the inn room. I assume you might have like just slumped yourself in a chair or on
Yeah.
a bed.
As he's coming into the room, whoever else is there just sees him stumbling. Is like, "Hello, dragon's dead. Fuck him.
Fuck 'em.
Fuck
Indeed.
him.
Well
Fuck
said.
him. Yeah. Huh? You guys really ought to get out of there. You're missing all the good
We-
stuff.
We were outside. We are now coming inside.
Well, go back outside.
Go back outside.
You're missing all the fun. So yes, it's to an assumption that this is a moment where everybody is coincided to be in the. So is there something you wanted to address, Sarah?
There is, but given that she now sees Flick is completely drunk, she will withhold it for the morning when he is no longer drunk then.
To be fair, a couple days may have passed. You have had time to prepare neutralize poison.
I was about to say, yeah, you just slap him upside the head and just get rid of his drunkenness immediately.
That's
You just
true, but
pull
he
him
went
back
through
to
all of the
sobriety.
effort.
True.
I don't want to do that though. He went through all the effort of getting a good high, a good buzz. I don't want to ruin that.
That just gives him more reason to go out and get drunk again.
No, now it's time for rest.
I mean, what time would it be?
I'd say it's a couple days into the celebration. It's probably sometime like
okay.
mid-afternoon, early evening.
I mean, here's the thing. What she wanted to address is the fact that she now has the mark from Orthos and what happened and that whole explanation. That would have been on the same day that it happened. It wouldn't have been after a couple days
Okay.
of partying. I just
Oh.
didn't get to say it before because I was dealing with a grasshopper.
Mm.
Okay, so
You'd
you
be
want
so
you would want to bring this up a bit earlier. All right.
Yeah, like on the same day that we killed the dragon, when we go back to the inn to rest and recuperate, she would have brought that up to everyone.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So in that case,
You're
case,
still a bit sloshed, but I would say
yeah,
you're not on the cereal binge quite just yet.
yeah. Okay.
Because a lot of the bars have to start cracking open the good shit just yet. That's it.
So yeah.
What did you want to do,
Uh,
sir?
So then, well, I guess when everyone comes back, then, she would be like, "Okay, well, that was
that's-
eventful, an eventful day. We killed the dragon. Well, you guys did, rather. I just provided support, and its body is now giving us a bit of trouble as to what to do with it and who gets what."
King
this-
shot him in the back of the head. Yeah.
Indeed, and was nominated a hero, and there's a new holiday. And I heard about something about a different name, something about the color green. Regardless, I guess another thing that some of you might not know about, because you weren't there when it happened, is I directly contacted Arthos himself. Now, I'm sure you're wondering why. And I should say, in all honesty, my intentions were good. I just wanted to inform him, hey, controlling your family, you being the leader of that family, I thought you should know that someone is doing rather shady things with them, and I don't think that that's good. Because I figured he wouldn't know about that at all. And I don't know what I meant or if he misunderstood that as a threat. I'm hoping for the former, but he gave me this little marking, and she like reveals like her neck where the draconic sigil is carved into.
In the rough
and,
shape of a dragon scale, and in the center seems to be some draconic writing.
It translates apparently to Answer Seeker, which that's a bit strange. I'm so confused as to why I'm nominated that in particular, when in reality it should be Orthos, the one seeking answers. Regardless, Karya has informed me that this is to allow me passage into Firegrove Valley, which is where Orthos is. So, I suppose at the point we are forced to go there and talk to him. But I won't force you guys to come with me because this is the consequences of my actions, and I didn't know that he would take it so seriously.
I was about to say how very Haka and Lola, what's the word?
Responsible?
Yes.
Yes. And she pats the cappies on their heads.
you,
Yes.
you,
Happy's
you wouldn't
closed
have
their
heard,
eyes.
you wouldn't even heard them say yes. Like they would just with a blood just like a little
Yeah.
chirp.
She-
I
she
heard
hears
them
them
chirp
chitter.
and I pet them. Yeah.
This is a
So, yeah.
terrible plan.
Oh, wait, what's happening?
Did you not hear about the Orthos situation?
I heard.
Right. Just thought you all should know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mallory's weirdly chuckly today.
Poor Mallory.
May or may not be dissociating through hysteria.
Yes, so, I apologize. I suppose when we get access to those... Yeah.
Blank.
I s-
He
I suppose
reached
when we
out to
get-
one of the most powerful beings on the entire planet.
Yeah.
And now he wants to come meet us.
We're all fucked.
No, you're not. I am. When we get access to those ships, you can drop me off in Firegrove Valley and you'll never have to see me again.
Okay.
Right,
Mallory
Mallory?
sees no objection to this.
No, it's not okay, Mallory. For multiple reasons. Because if I know my father, he is probably watching us, or at least will continue to persist in watching us, even if he's not doing so right now. Meaning that if any time we have had interaction, or if any of you have had interaction with Siren, there's a chance that the great worm that is my father would have probably seen you. And if he takes interest, that's not going away.
Is this another assumption of yours, or is this a fact?
That is a
Oh.
fact.
He scryed on me and saw Karya and Valle and Vak as well because they were there at the time. I don't know if he decided to do that again now that we're reunited. He would have no way of knowing. He just has to guess when he wants to scry on someone because that's how scrying works. But
Did you call him a dickhead when he scryed you?
no, I didn't. I didn't talk to him like that. But we could perhaps get some sort of magical item that prevents scrying.
It would have been really funny if you did.
God damn.
Uh,
As Flick says, he starts as he seems to be almost like slightly on the verge of going in and out of consciousness. Though he seems
Siren,
sloshed, he does seem to be on the verge of maybe about to pass out.
It's all right. Siren's gonna cast Deep Sleep on Vark.
Vark?
Vark?
Oh, I mean,
Oh,
Flick. I
catching
get
strays.
those two confused. I get those confused all the time.
Vark sitting down, nodding casually. Siren slaps him in the fucking head and knocks him unconscious for no reason.
Not
And he-
slaps him. It's a spell. Hold on, let me pull it
I
up.
know it's just really a funny image to go. One moment, bong, Taco Bell bong.
Yep.
Just slaps him.
Just the slap of God. Bong.
Oh.
Yes.
Anyways,
Oh God. I don't think I have it
But-
prepared.
As Siren is standing up and coming over, Flick is like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And it's she
Time for
casts it
Kitty
on
to
him.
have a
What?
nap.
I don't. Oh, wait. It's a class thing, so I always have it prepared. Yeah.
Mhm. Yep, it is a domain spell.
Yes. So I do have it prepared.
As
Uh,
Siren is menacingly making her way towards the drunken Catman, there is a at the door.
I pause.
Afternoon.
Enter.
The door handle shifts, but it's locked.
Who is it?
There's a quiet at the door, and then an interested party. It's not a voice.
Grabbing
it's
my
not a
sword.
familiar voice to any of you.
Just gonna grab my sword.
For
I'm
safety,
not gonna go for the...
you're gonna have
What
to
do
be a
you-
bit more specific.
What are you interested in?
You guys, what else?
Yes.
Like, are you gonna leave me out here in the hallway, or is this a bad time?
He's just gonna. It's enough posturing, and he's going to grab Shatter Spike and then make way for the door and open it like someone approaching the door with a baseball bat.
Just a man, in a wife beater, and a baseball bat.
Yeah, except it's a man with scale armor and a sword.
Mm.
In
You
in the background, his wife is about to beat someone up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
God, she's got the chancla.
She's got the wife beater.
God, she is the wife and she's the beater. As you wrench the door open, standing in front of you is a fairly well-dressed individual with what looks to be a smart leather cloak, a folded over, multi-button, almost kind of felt-looking, dark set of clothing, and what looks to be a steamer cap on his head. It looks to be a young man in his early 20s, maybe about your age, sporting a small scar across his cheek. As he looks up at you, a couple of feet, you're like 2-3 feet taller than him, he goes, "Morning, Governor."
Good day.
That should be afternoon, I suppose. Really, it's a bad time. I don't mean to intrude if that's the case.
Well, you're here. We can
He
handle our
just looks
business
in,
well.
he peers past you. He's shorter than you, so he needs to just duck a tiny bit to look past your armpit, and he goes, "Don't know. I mean, I'm not one to snitch for animal abuse or anything, but I'll, if you want me to keep quiet and go away, I can do that, but...
No, it's fine. We can address this after she is taking care of our very intoxicated cat friend.
Okay.
Hey,
thought I smelled quite a bit. of
Fuck you, Iguana. I was
Siren is
having a good time.
Putting one hand behind Flick's head to cradle him to sleep as she casts Deep
I'll
Slumber.
have you
It's
know
It's alright.
Very good. Okay, that has been
Very
sorted.
good. Okay.
Make sure to keep his head tilted so he doesn't choke on his own vomit.
Yes.
May I come in?
Is this a vampire thing where you can?
Oh, no,
it's
I'm no
fine.
vampire. In fact, I'm quite the opposite.
You
I
son
don't
of
like
a-
that. Okay.
I do it because
Fine.
it's manners, and this is in your room you're staying in. I think it's only polite.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fine. You may enter.
Thank you very much. As he'll kind of wait for a moment for you to step out of the way.
Yeah, and
You
Karia
are
will.
quite
He's
imposing.
he'll still keep his sword. He's not
Mhm.
posturing like that, but he is.
He'll
He is just standing.
I'll give you an appreciative nod as he'll step in. Okay, I do think I came in the middle of something, but he kind of looks around and goes, "You're missing one." That's a shame. Oh well, perhaps later. So, I know this may be a bit soon, as you all are coming off of something quite stressful. So again, if I am imposing, I will leave. But I've come to you all to discuss something.
And that what matter would be?
Well, it's a couple of things, but hopefully it will mean peace in our time and good things for the future as we switch this scene. We're no longer by the dragon.
God.
So,
Would you care to begin by introducing yourself?
absolutely. I forget my manners. I'm very sorry. I know all of your names, but I share mine. My name is Guido. I work on behalf of the Papal Church.
Apple Church.
Now, I understand this may be a source of alarm for some of you, but I guarantee you, and I promise you, I am here on friendly terms. As a matter of fact, I would like it to be more than just friendly. In fact, my entire organization would like it to be that way. Contrary to popular belief, we like things peaceful, and we like things when they're not degenerating and spiraling.
Quest, what do we know of the Papal Church?
Well, you know that it is the largest organized religious body in any of the continents. It is primarily represented and run by the 7-nation sort of conglomerate that is the Gansrich Papacy, made up of 7 independent nations which bind together under the orthodoxy of their church, with the binding middle piece being the seat of the gods where the Pope resides. He is the spokesperson and the middleman between the Celestials, who pass down divine edict, and the people of the Gansrich Papacy itself, who he speaks to them on behalf of the Celestials, and he speaks to the Celestials on behalf of the people.
But is it like a pantheon of the gods sort of thing, or
Yes,
do they
as a matter of fact,
mainly...
As a matter of fact, there's 3 main gods, that being the Lady of Light, the Mother of Mercy, and the Sleeper in Shadow. Your goddess, Meluna, is a daughter of the Sleeper in Shadow. As a result, you are, by technicality, a member of the Gansrich faith. Mallory worships the Lady of Light.
Yes.
They are also the progenitors of the nation of Eridine, and also the Quadranon, and the Theocracy that turned into the duchies. They were all used to be vassal states of the papacy, but broke off due to differences in belief.
In other words, Papa.
Yes, and the papacy is known for being the most organized the most prosperous part of this part of the world, as well as, generally speaking, having some of the most moderate views on spirituality and worship. They worship a pantheon. They venerate the three major gods as well as all the minor gods underneath them. They do not have the same, we want to say, zealous drive that Eridyne and Theocracy have, and aren't quite so lax and so liberal as the Quadranon is. Also, by extension of technicality, the Mordani Confederacy would be considered a product of the papacy.
I see.
Well, what would the papacy have any information on us? Or more importantly, why would you... why do you take interest in us?
Well, we try to keep tabs on all up-and-coming rising stars. We can put it that way. We try to keep an eye on all global or international events that can potentially affect our nation. Usually speaking, that is all international events. And we try to keep an eye on the things that are up and coming, problems before they become problems, assets before they become missed assets, and we try to nip problems in the bud. You guys have started making a bit of a name for yourselves. As such, you've gained our interest. We are willing to extend an olive branch, and we would like to create a friendly relationship with you. I understand
Insight check.
you have
Insight check on
sense motive. Go for it.
specifically, yeah, when he mentions friendly relationship.
You all have
Me too.
your own ambition. You may sense motive. You all have your ambitions and your aspirations. We do not intend to get in the way of that. We would only try to get in the way if it were something that directly would endanger what we want, what we're trying to strive for. It's just the way things work. Siren, he seems to mean it when he says friendly. Mallory, there's a bit of a but there hanging underneath it, but you're not quite sure what exactly it is.
So, if I may be frank,
Mhm.
in your eyes, are we assets about to be mis-assets? Or are we problems that have yet to become problems?
That, my friends, is up to you. As you are now, you are raw, unshaped, and full of potential. As far as we would like it, we would love it if we could create a friendly, cordial relationship with one another. On matters where we can't agree, stay out of each other's way. And on matters where we have common purpose, cooperate.
When you say we've started to make a name for ourselves, what was it exactly that ticked that off? What did we do that you know of?
I don't have full access to the reports. Not quite yet. I may do so if I end up becoming your liaison with the church. That should happen. Offers on the table. But if I had to say, I believe the beginning was the town that mysteriously depopulated, and there were traces of deep taint found around the town, particularly the well. We came in, we had a little look at that, and from the stories we gathered, it happened right around the time you guys passed through. That's when we started watching.
Yes, that place I burned to the ground.
Yes,
Nearly forgot.
rudimentary, but still tried and true. Fire often does well to at least beat back the most obvious symptoms of the deep.
I will say, we weren't the reason why it was depopulated. It was already...
I know. I understand.
Yes.
I got the after action report. We're not here to persecute you for it. We're not here to point fingers or pass blame. As a matter of fact, that's part of the reason why we started looking at you in a positive light, and as potential for effecting good change. I don't know if you know. I believe at least one or two of you would probably know it in passing. The papacy takes a very dim view on things related to the deep. It is an agent of chaos. It causes horrible destruction, corrupts people into monsters, and corrupts the environment and animals into even worse things. And worse than that, it is virulent under anything besides purifying flame, the harsh light of the sun, and other purpose-built countermeasures.
Oh.
I think we can agree on that.
I would hope so.
Quick question, Rami, and this is an out of character question. When we killed the monk, he made it known that he let an organization know. I believe it was the Inquisition.
The Inquisition, yes.
Are they affiliated with the papacy, or are they affiliated with Aradine? I can't remember.
it's
Like
Aradine.
what you saw and what you heard pointed towards an affiliation with Aradine.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't know if the Inquisition was something well known, and if it was, who it was affiliated with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all that I remembered was that the Inquisition were crazy and the Aradine was crazy. The papacy was actually fairly nice.
Which is surprising because you'd think that the place where the Pope is would be the cray cray people, but it's not.
But we're not playing a
Yeah, it's
JRPG, so
Yeah,
That's true. That's true.
We're not, an organization of vampires set to kill other vampires.
Yeah.
In,
Mhm. So,
Regardless.
Guido.
Was that a Helsing reference?
Yes, it was.
No.
No, never. So, Guido, he clears his throat and says, this is salient, or it is relevant to the issue. It's not something I'm going to hammer on about because it's not my place, and it's also, for you guys, probably a familiar issue at this point. The papacy, as it is, does its best to maintain order, maintain prosperity for all of humanoid kind, and to spread the good doctrine and the blessing of the gods wherever it may go. Preferably to those who are willing. The great many obstacles to that exist in the world tend to tamper with those plans. One of the biggest and oldest ones is the presence of the deep, something that he turns to Karya, giving him a nod, says something you are intimately familiar with.
Indeed. Is this something akin to the Inquisition's threats, where they are apparently hunting me?
No, not in the slightest. We take an even less charitable view on the Aradine Inquisition. They are extremists to the hilt, and we actively trying to not be like them. They run a very tight ship. They have an iron-fisted control over their people, and it works. They rule very strongly through fear, and it keeps their people in line, but it makes them scared, and it makes things inflexible when you try and deal with your problems. I, and the rest of the Papal Church, generally speaking, believe in running things through mutual benefit and through goodwill before any attempts at threats or fear. Violence and intimidation and torture are at the bottom of our list of resorts, strictly to be used when absolutely necessary.
I see.
If nothing else, we need only look to the fact that we put the Mother of Mercy on the same level of importance as the Lady of Light. She would not condone.
I see. Well, then, if you were to speak of this mutual beneficial relationship that you would offer, then I assume that there may be some clause added in.
I'd like to keep
What
them
is
as
your-
few as possible. We are not the Mordani. We don't try and make long-winded contracts with much fine print in various different dead languages. I respect their fastidiousness when it comes to the law, but they can be quite vicious and quite unnecessarily so. No.
For that, I couldn't agree
What
more.
we want is to cooperate with you and for you to cooperate with us, and we want you to do it willingly, because you stand something to gain from doing so. Primarily, we stand to gain your allyship in the future as you come up. After all, what can be said about a group of adventurers who have traveled much of the eastern side of the world, western side of the world, made forays up into the foreboding north, and also come back, fought creatures of the deep, and then subsequently also participated in the slaying of a dragon, a centennial event, sometimes a millennial event. Like it or not, fate apparently seems to have something in store for all of you. And we would like to get a leg up on trying to get in on that.
And what would you suggest then?
Mostly, keep doing what you're doing. We would like to drop a line every now and again with you, get in contact, let you know if there's a particular problem that needs solving that you might be willing to do, you might be willing to deal with. As a matter of fact, we have a favor we'd like to ask of you sometime in the next few days, if you would be willing to accept it. Don't have to make the decision just now. I will come back in a couple of days, and should you accept it, we will talk about the full details then. The matter also needs to be further discussed with my contemporaries here, who are staying with me in the capital. They are currently busy with a couple of other things, namely that the fact that the Aerodyne Inquisition is pushed in a little bit too far, and we want to remind them that as much as they might have the bigger stick when it comes to other nations, we do have our eye on this part of the world. Just because they're independent nations does not mean we do not notice when they make moves like this.
Yes, I believe we just encountered them a few days ago.
I'm aware, yes. The fact that the Aerodyne Inquisition personally sent one of their barbaric little experiments in to deal with it. Let's just say I'm very sorry you ran into that, and I'm afraid to say that if you continue to operate in this part of the world, mainly within the proximity of Aerodyne, will likely not be the last you've seen of him, or others like him. He is not the only one.
I see.
Experiments?
For now, consider that a state secret. Should you earn our trust, and hopefully we earn yours in turn, we'll be more open about things like that. For now, though, just note that we have a favor we'd like to ask of you in a couple of days. It's nothing egregious. If really, it'll barely be an inconvenience. We would just like you to escort something that we have to a place you're already going. Besides that,
If we decide to take you up on this or inquire further into details of this mission, I am able to send messages magically, but who is it that I should send this message to? Would it be you?
to me, and I'll relay it to my contemporaries. We likewise have functionaries who can do much the same, so we can send the message back or a follow up on it if necessary. So, I've talked a lot about what I would like from you. I've not talked a lot about what I can offer you, what you can get from me, or Papacy. There are some people very high up that have started to take an interest in what's going on over on this side of the world. It's always been of keen interest to us. It's some very hotly contested land that is directly geologically linked, and here on the Gadswitch Isle that comes in rare commodity. Namely, especially, someplace as thriving, booming, and prosperous as Lorbus is turning out to be. One never expected such an underdog to really shine like it does, but despite what some people may think, the Pope genuinely hopes that the Quadranon will prosper and that it will turn into its own cemented world power. They're doing just fine. All right, what I can offer you, besides the full support of the Papal Church, which has a great many things that I think you, Mallory, Mr. Lord Charmaine, and you, Miss Siren, might take some particular interest in, as we have a great many divine treasures as well as resources potentially at our fingertips that we can offer you. All of you, I think, could sometimes stand to benefit from the help of the divine. Should you, let's say, have us in your debt, enough, or to a great enough degree, that could get you some very, very useful favors. I would particularly, potentially, point that towards two very big elephants in the room. He seems to roll this over in his mouth for a moment. I'll reserve going into detail for when I bring the others with me. This is really only something I should discuss when they're here. He looks to Karia and says, Karia, and to Siren. Siren, I am to understand you've taken some interest in matters of spells that can help suppress the spread of the deep corruption, yes?
Well, yes, that seems to be an issue we commonly run into.
Makes sense.
So
It so
I would like to help to
it so happens the
such corruption.
Happens to be that the Papal State has been studying such things for a great many centuries. Rather than having to reinvent it yourself, we could potentially pass along the knowledge you need to learn such miracles.
Do you know how
And
to...
the price for the knowledge would be what?
Just what I discussed before. Doing favors for one another. Forming a friendly relationship, building trust. And in exchange, you give, we take, you give. Sorry, you give, we take, we give, you take. That is the hope we have for such a relationship. Your greatest asset and your greatest boon is your independence and maneuver and mobility. Your ability to move without ties to a particular nation, without a particular obligation to anything. I think if you were tied in one place, you would have not run across nearly so many problems and solved so many of the problems that would have taken us weeks or months to get to, let alone the nations here. They have plenty on their plate. Like I said, just keep doing what you're doing, and every now and again we may call in a favor, and in exchange, you may do the same with us. Speaking of which, Vark. Vark. So Vark Vasnaya? Vark Vannaya? Am I getting that correctly?
It's close enough.
I'm very sorry. We don't. It's difficult enough to keep up with Nyan politics as it is. It's labyrinthine. That said, this is a bit sore, so I'm going to. That's why I'm trying to give a bit of a lead up beforehand. But you have a keen interest in the topic of resurrection, correct?
Yes.
I think it should come as no surprise that the Papal State could help with that. Food for thought. Lastly, and most keenly to the point, or at the very least, most in the now, Karia. And this is, I think, where the big but comes in. As you are a product of deep corruption, and as such exude it yourself, what do you intend to do about that?
What do you mean?
Do you intend to do anything about it?
In terms of learning to purge or master this ability, indeed.
Whatever
I
it might
do.
be. I say this because, and I don't like to say this, but if you get worse, if the corruption you start exuding gets worse or speeds up, or if you start malforming into some strange humanoid approximation of a deep dragon, it's going to turn... We're no longer going to be able to take a passive stance on that. This is why I say problem that could become a problem. You in particular, and it is, I hate to say, it's nothing, the worst part about this is that you have done nothing to warrant any sort of hostility. And in any other case, I would not deliver any sort of ultimatum. But this will become a worse problem eventually. It's not going to stay dormant, or it's not going to stay where it is. You will get worse over time. And if you get too far, and nobody does anything about it, we may be forced to step in. And I would like to avoid that. As far as my employers are concerned, you have great potential to be something far more than just some corrupt monster. Personally, I'd like that to be the case. But that depends on you and what you intend to do in your future. Because, like it or not, the world's eyes are now on this part of the world, and by extension, if we know about you, others do too. And others may not be quite so diplomatic or quite so slow in their reaction.
Well, Aerodyne certainly hasn't done that.
Aerodyne, if you get too far gone, Aerodyne may have actual probable cause to declare out a crusade on wherever you may be. And I don't want that to happen. Wherever you are when that happens will suffer as a result. In the name of purging the deep, and they will be correct. Because sometimes all means necessary must be taken to make sure that nothing remains of deep corruption. Because if even a little bit is left behind, it can become something so far out of control even a kingdom can't fight it. So I urge you to consider what you intend to do with your future. I've never heard of somebody mastering the deep taint, but then again, most people haven't lived long enough to try it. So maybe you could do that. Maybe you could prove history wrong. Prove to us that you can keep a leash or a collar on it. Hopefully it never gets loose. Alternatively, you may decide to purge yourself of the curse. I'm happy to say that if you intend to do that, the Papal State might even be willing to help and sponsor you in doing so. We have made quite a few forays into attempting to do so. And even, in some cases, had some pretty nominal success.
You're able to remove the corruption from someone in a way that leaves them perfectly fine?
I will not lie to you. Many previous early attempts did not end well. Especially with corruption that's particularly deep-rooted. A lot of our more successful attempts were on creatures that were more recently tainted. Weeks, months, maybe even a year. Nothing that's lived with it quite so long as Karya has. But our research is far more advanced than it once was, and it keeps advancing to this day. I would not say to give yourself to the tender administrations of the church, but I'm saying we can help. We can help you potentially start off 5 steps ahead instead of at none. We wouldn't even
There
ask
is
a favor
only
for it.
there is only one concern that I have in regards to purging this corruption. And albeit it may be selfish, but if I am to speak candidly, it has been a very rough few days. And
Yes.
for better or for worse, I am keenly aware that the strength that is granted to me via this curse is what is fueling me to protect these people and subsequently slay the enemies that come before us, and they are only going to get worse. In the north, and what I suspect to be potentially elsewhere, we encountered entities that claimed themselves to be God, or gods of some kind. And while I did at first have my suspicions, garnering this information from troglodytes, hopefully seeing that perhaps it was just a benefactor, the dragon today, or rather a few days ago, depending on where we are.
What about yesterday? We
Yes,
walked it
the
back.
dragon of which we cut down, my kin, had lost itself to the madness and was branded with that same mark. If there is an entity out there in the north which I intend to claim
To
as my
interrupt first
birthright,
real quick, to make an interruption. The mark that was on the dragon's forehead was draconic origin.
never mind. I got confused.
Yeah, the stuff you found up in the north was a little more like really archaic elvish.
Okay, oops, my bad. Ignore that. With our enemies in the north, and this new enemy on the rise, be it a draconic contender who wishes to let loose dragons mindless and rampaging upon the world, they would not have come to Lorbis were it not for that mark. And if this is the enemies that we come up against, I worry that the strength that I carry will be a necessity, at least until those battles are done. I know not what I will be without the deep curse, but I knew what I was. And it was my soul binding with Vair that was able to offset his own. If we were to purge such a thing, I know not what would happen to me. I doubt that I will retain the strength that I have been granted, and there is a chance that I will be nothing again. And while I am content with that, should it give Vair the chance to live, I cannot do so before these enemies are slain. Or at least I fear that I cannot. I have thought about it quite a lot. And your offer is tempting, but I need more time.
That's fine. I intended to give you time. Mind you, you are not on endless amounts of time, but we can absolutely give you time. Something I meant to also bring up is if you were to enter into this treaty with us, we can help potentially keep Aerodyne off your back. No doubts if they hear about a vessel, you intend to board a vessel to get to Mordan, as you apparently intend to do, they could potentially try and send an interceptor to muck with your attempt, especially if they manage to catch you on the Mirror City. We can help with that, but that is only if you tentatively agree to our offer of cooperation. That's it. I'm not a philosopher. I'm not an arcane scientist. I am just a man of the cloth. But the matters of spiritual guidance and of life do sometimes fall into my lap, so I would like to give you, hopefully, something to think about. You say you're bound to your brother, correct?
That I am?
Soldi. It's a beautiful bond, something to cherish. Most of us could be so fortunate to have so close a bond with our siblings and family, let alone our loved ones. Look around the room. Look at each person here. From the drunken cat man, to the shadow man, to the Asimar, to the witch from far off lands, to the Sylphid from a small town in the middle of the Quadrant. Each of them managed to get here without the help of the Deep Curse, without the strength that could have lent them, and the poison that it would demand in return. You may, in your own words, have been nothing before the curse, but you also didn't have your bond with your brother. I know, at least to some degree, that the Deep Curse occupies and gnaws at the soul of an individual. You said yourself that the bond helps you shoulder the burden that he bears. Imagine what that could be if the curse was gone and made room for both your souls to flourish and shine fully. Imagine what could happen if you threw off such a burden and were able to fully spread your wings again. Imagine what you
If
could...
I may, Father, you make great promises of something that you and the rest of the church do not fully 100% understand yourselves.
That's true. My other point remains. The rest of you have managed to get where you are without such a boon, without such a curse. I don't necessarily think that being counted among them would necessarily lead to your downfall. I happen to be a man of faith, and I do believe that you can be more, better, without such a thing. But ultimately, that is your decision. Your soul is what hangs in the balance, and it's your decision what you do with it. I do not pass judgment. That is for the Celestials and the gods. I'll also say that while we don't fully understand it, we do have a better understanding academically than most.
When will you return with your offer with your contemporaries?
Kind of gazes off in the distance a little bit to the side. Couple of days, I think, when the festival has come to its end.
That's fair.
I will have an answer by then.
Thank you. And we will have, I hope, much to share between us. As well as, I think, a pleasant surprise for all of you. Well, I'm short for words. Regardless, I'm very sorry to dampen the mood in such a way. I know this talk of business and the future is never pleasant. Whatever your decision
It is necessary.
it is, yes. The tomorrow must be faced for today to be any good. That's it. I hope you all enjoy the festivities. Please enjoy the fruits of your labors. You have done a great thing for the people of the city and for the continent as a whole. Regretful as it is to lose such an ancient, powerful individual, we will mourn the loss of such a monument of life. What you did saved many, many people, not just here in Lorbus, but potentially throughout the continent. Please, have a wonderful evening, and I hope to keep speaking on friendly terms like this. He takes his steamer cap, doffs it to give a little bit of a bow, and he says, "We will speak later," and then exits through the door and gently clicks it shut behind him.
We are never without interesting company.
Seems not. I've dealt with my fair share of premonitions, but many times the future is clouded. And I guess now would be a good time to say that deep sleep does not last forever. It's a minute per level. So I'm guessing at the end of this conversation, Flick would go, "Huh! What did I miss?"
Wakes up! Huh?
Literally as the guy is leaving the door, Flick yawns, he stretches his business. Morning, everyone.
Yes, good morning, Flick.
A 7-minute cat nap.
Quite literally a catnap. Oh, what I miss?
Well, we may have gained a new benefactor, or perhaps not. It waits to be seen.
Was that the fellow who came in just now?
Yes, and it
Yes.
appears as though your catnap
Oh.
has drained the liquor from your system.
Wait, would it
Whew.
have?
Sorry?
Hopefully. Would Flick's deep, or Siren's deep slumber that she cast on Flick, would that have
No.
made him
You would need
Right.
neutralize poison for that.
fair? So
No,
he's
he
still
just
drunk.
woke up seemingly a little more coherent.
Just a little bit. Also maybe a bit hungover.
You know, I'm going to get you some water. I'll be right back. And Siren goes.
Thank you.
to the bathroom. She goes to retrieve some water, looks at herself in the mirror in the bathroom, touches the glyph on her neck, covers it with her hand, and goes. Comes back after a time with water.
Well, if that is everything, I believe I will be retiring to my own room this evening. I have taken the accommodations of getting my own along with my
Would you be, before you go, would you be willing for one little experiment?
I suppose, yes.
You or Valle, although I fear the effects on Valle, so I'd like to try it on you first.
Oh yes, of course I'm the guinea pig. Go. Yes, what are you planning?
There is a spell that I know that allows one to resist deep corruption for a time. It doesn't purge it, obviously, it just slows down the progression. And I want to see how you and Valle would react to this spell, because I would hate to cast it in the future in a moment of, emergency, and then all of a sudden you start flipping out or something. I don't want that to happen. So I figured if it works, we might have a good way of, every few days helping to slow the progression. So it buys you both more time. And Siren will hold out her hand, gesturing.
Wait a moment. Didn't we already do this before? This is out of character.
No.
But didn't we try this before?
I believe you did try it
No.
on a previous point when she learned, I think it was...
I cast it on the cart.
You cast it as like a general thing, yeah, and it did have an adverse reaction on Karia.
Wait, did it?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Well, it
Oh
didn't
no,
have
it had an adverse reaction?
It was uncomfortable.
Yeah, it was like I got covered in slime, like oil, if I remember correctly. Well, it's worth a shot.
Well, I mean, if you're able to bear it, you and Valle both, it would be good to cast this. It lasts for a few days, so if I cast it on you both every few days, over time, it will gradually slow the progression. which is the hope. So-
Well, I suppose it's not the worst theory in the world, but however, if you can make it a little shorter, that would be nice. If this goes awry, I would rather not be writhing in pain for the next 3 days after I was already writhing in pain yesterday from eating that devilish heart.
That's fair.
Wait, you do what?
Yes, I ate the dragon heart flick, but don't worry, it's not happening again. That was
Things
a terrible
just sitting
idea.
on a chair in the corner, wrapped up,
Yeah, it's
dripping
just
blood.
it's just wrapped up in a corner with a bucket under it.
You know, I'm not even gonna bother asking at this point. In fact, no, I'm just gonna take my water. I'm gonna take another nap.
Like a bite of the dragon heart flick.
No, don't do that.
No, you keep it.
It gave me powers.
No,
I'm
it
kidding.
didn't.
Powder what? The powder bullshit? Powder bullshit
Well-
way of situations? I'm like,
Well, no, my friend, that would be your specialty. But I digress. Yes.
oh, thank you.
Quickly now, Siren, before I go.
Yes, she will place one hand on Vair's head.
Not on
And-
Vair, on me, remember? you
Oh, right. I
want
was
to do
gonna
it on
do
me.
both. Never mind. I'll just
You
do it
said
on Vair.
I'm worried. You explicitly said I'm worried about the effects that'll have on Vair.
No, but that was before I remembered that I already did this on both of you guys.
That's fair.
And now we know
Either
that
way,
it just
yeah.
makes you both kind of uncomfy. So, given that we know that, right, Quest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Even through
So
prior experimentation, at least when you tried to do a wide range version, that it kind of made them a bit icky.
yeah. Although Stave of Corruption says it targets only one creature.
Yes, that was the you experimenting around trying it out resulted in a burst. The proper
Ah.
version is to single target.
Wait. So if I wanted to cast this twice, can you cast or prepare the same spell twice?
Yes.
Oh, it just
Actually,
casts
no. You
as
only
another,
need to
it
you only
counts
need to
as another
prepare
preparation.
once. You only need to prepare a spell once, and then you can cast it twice using 2 different spell slots.
Okay. Yeah, so she'll place one hand on Vair's head and one hand on Arya's arm, and then cast Stave of Corruption between the two. It just, gives a little +2 circumstance bonus, but it lasts, at this level, it would be 3 days.
Okay.
So,
As it is,
I guess-
the immediate effect. Should make a list of that again. The immediate effect on Karya, you feel Karya, it does spread across the point of contact where she touches you, and then kind of envelop you in a thin, like watery sheen that covers your whole body. When it finishes, it seems to press against you skin tight and then disappear, leaving this kind of slick sensation behind to you, forming a sort of almost sort of thin barrier, permeable barrier.
like lotion?
Kind of, yes. If you dunk them in lotion.
Oh.
Interesting, but not quite that goopy. It's more like it feels like if
Oil.
it feels like when you put a gloved hand into water, but it's for your whole body. It's that sensation of pressure, cold, that makes it almost feel like you're wet, but when in actuality you're not. And it gives that kind of phantom sensation, and then it disappears. The sensation goes when the thing sort of snugs up to your skin. You get this almost kind of, it takes it like you stand there for maybe a minute, 2, and then you start to feel a little off. Everybody else in the room actually starts to feel a little bit of relief, almost like the air has lightened a bit, as there's the air doesn't feel quite so heavy. breathing comes a bit easier. The pall of gloominess and the bad mood seems to lift a little bit. Whereas Kari, you start to feel a little bit uncomfortable. And a little bit off.
Well, how was that?
It feels weird, and I don't know if I like it.
Do you think you can withstand it for the next 3 days?
I mean, I can withstand it. It doesn't hurt. It's not ripping the soul out of my body. It's just uncomfortable.
And Vair?
Gotta say it's kind of the same for me. Feels kind of like someone tried to put clothes on me. Feels doesn't belong. Like I feel the urge to wriggle out of something that's not there.
Now I want to see Vair in a set of sweater and booties.
It's like when they try to put a sweater on a cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels kind of uncomfy for me too. It's just I don't know what's up with it. Just I can deal with
Well.
this. It's like an itch.
Well, tell me if it ever progresses beyond that. You know, medicine isn't necessarily supposed to be pleasant,
Mhm.
but it shouldn't be harming you. So yeah.
I'll tell you if I start, I don't know, exploding or something.
I'm sure you'll hear it.
Do give me a warning before that happens. All of us.
Well, I'm sure that if it happens, the city will celebrate for once more, another few days. So, I'm going to retire to my room.
Right.
Thank you, Siren. And
No problem.
Wire stares off in the distance for a bit. It's like, you think they'll start making pinatas of me?
You know, I don't really agree with the whole we killed this majestic thing and now we're going to celebrate. It's a bit bad taste, but
I mean, yeah, but the thing.
I'm not from here, so
I mean, look, I'm not gonna one who's gonna like extol draconic virtues and stuff like that. That's more Karia's bag. But honestly, that giant thing was going to kill everybody, so I'd be happy if I wasn't dead too.
yes, I
I
understand why they
suppose-
celebrate.
I guess it's just a shame that it wasn't really in control of its own whatever.
They
Okay,
don't need that reason. They just need to know it's dead. I will be retiring to my room rather. You all have a good night. Vair, please join me whenever you feel. I will.
Yeah,
Be
I
retired.
was thinking about maybe going out for a walk, but the streets are way too crowded. I think I might go on the balcony or something.
Understandable.
And to reiterate again, in 3 days we have an audience with the king.
Yes, we do.
Before that, we got the holy guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Is,
and before that, some time for festivities, I suppose. Rest.
Yeah, I mean, Vair for his part just kind of shrugging goes, yeah, I mean, you're under rest, I think. As his wing claw comes up, opens the French window. It goes out to the balcony, and then closes it behind himself. And through the window panes, you can see him just kind of slump down onto the balcony. So,
So we all go to sleep.
Hmm.
EP time.
And of course, Flick is going to crash on the nearest soft object, preferably maybe either a bed or a couch.
it sounds like he was already basically just going back to sleep.
Yeah.
He just sleeps on the floor.
Okay.
No.
Okay, we're gonna start wrapping up the session. I think we're past the 4-hour mark. We've hit all the notes I've wanted to for this session. I think next time we'll pick up in a couple of days. I think after more or less just doing a little bit of a skip as people take the time in character to if they choose to celebrate, eat, drink, be merry, or just relax, just veg out
Yeah.
for the first time in a while.
Yeah, I think next time, next session, Siren's gonna try some of that elf weed.
Ooh,
Oh wow.
oh
Yeah,
boy.
and maybe offer some to Flick or Vark.
You were going to pass me the
please.
booth.
Pass me the booth.
Siren,
Give it to
pass
Mallory and
me
don't
the
tell him.
booth.
Pass
I
that.
give it. We're just all gonna pass it around.
Smoking
We're
that
gonna
Even
have
Vire.
a blood
smacking-
rotation.
passing that elf. Anyway,
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
elf pack. That's crazy.
elf pick. So, I think to close off the session, as the people retire to their individual beds, rooms, space is definitely at a premium right now, but you guys have been given the run of this floor of the inn in exchange for your contribution to the city, to the country.
Ads going on, by the way.
I'm gonna keep it going just so we can close things out for the time being, because I think
For
everybody
sure,
who
for
is
sure.
currently watching may. Actually, I don't know. I do not know. I think most, but yeah. We transition very quickly back over to the palace, where, as it gets down into the wee hours, and it starts hitting close to midnight. Guillermo is on his 12th cup of coffee at this point. He's taking an espresso,
This poor guy.
and he is between the various missives, the paperwork, the requisitions, and also the processing all the paperwork to deal with the damages to the many villages that got flattened, the 5 villages that got flattened by the dragon. He's barely made a dent in the mountain of paperwork. Meanwhile, I would assume, the stalwart bodyguard is in the middle of delivering him his 13th cup.
Is he gonna
Pretty much.
call? Is he gonna call Lady Maria into his chambers?
No.
No.
The maid,
The maid. Oh my god, how scandalous!
like a brother, follows in the footsteps of the elder.
Or Shizuka.
Oh,
Necrophilia.
God.
that's concerning. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to remind you that Shizuka is literally fucking
Is
dead.
it actual corpse?
She's dead.
Yeah, maybe
Oh.
not.
Dead and down an arm. So yeah, the king hems and he haws and he huffs over the paperwork, but he is slowly making progress. Though, as is to be expected, for every sheaf of paper he fills out, 3 more take their place. And
God.
every now and again, clerks and assistants and advisors and ministers pass in and out. The war room has at this point been turned into a collective office space. As the heads of state deal with the aftermath of the dragon. Everybody at this point is doing overtime. All while the partying still goes on in the streets. More audible now than ever. It's not helped by the fact that on at least a couple of occasions, a couple of fires have been needed to be put out, and drunken brawls need to be broken up, which only results in more issues. The drunk tanks in the city are filling up very quickly. That does nothing to stymie the rate at which the people party, though. Every once in a while, the king will look out the window, put down his quill, flex his wrist, take a sip of coffee, and then go back. As he'll look to you, Shizuka. a deep breath and say, at least it was worth it.
What was?
All of it.
For somebody who's... Is there anybody else in the room?
Every now and again, someone passes through.
Okay. For somebody who is rather adamant about abdicating the throne, you do have a knack for repeatedly doing your job well.
That's the thing, though. I don't do it well for other people's sake. At least that's not how it started. It's not the reason why I keep coming back and I keep doing my damn job. It's because I couldn't bear to be like my brother. How petty is that?
And
Sorry?
in the end, and at the end of the day, your reason as to why doesn't matter that much, does it? At the end of the day, what matters is the results. How you've kept the country going, how the country flourishes, and how you can step onto the balcony of your palace and be met with a sea of smiling people. And they cheer to your words. So even if you do it for a petty reason that you want to be better than your brother, at the end of the day, that doesn't change the fact that you're doing your best.
His pen hand has stopped for a bit, and where the quill meets the paper, ink begins to slowly blot and spread as he seems to regard the stain, the growing stain, with abundant curiosity and attention. He smiles, he nods, he says, "Definitely worth it." He then takes up the paper, crumples it, throws it in a bin, gets started with the next one.
And Shizuka, as always, stands stands vigilant, but with a smile on her face. Knowing that despite how much she would like not to be king, he's a great king, and you will not change that.
I think that's a good place to leave it.
Yes.
Thank you very much for playing. Thank you for everybody that
Indeed.
swung by. For those who
course.
stayed, those that didn't, whatever the case, thank you very much. Today has been a good return to form. I very much enjoyed that. And thank you very much for listening to me go on and on.
No, thank you for running, my friend. It's always good to get back to it.
I love it when we're able to make this work.
Considering that I believe this is this would be my final appearance, I guess it would be appropriate for me to say thank you for having me.
Yeah,
Been a
thanks for
pleasure.
being here. It was
Thank
It
fun.
was a pleasure having
Thanks
you.
for joining us.
This is not the end of Shizuka's presence within the world. Quite possibly, we may have a send-off when the party should leave the country. But as far as Shizuka's lengthy involvements and direct intervention in the party, yes, this will be the end of that. And thank you very much for joining us, and thank you very much for volunteering to do so. It's been a pleasure having you, and it's been a pleasure to see Shizuka in action.
Hey, if you had asked me back then, it would have absolutely been like part of your campaign, just because I love you as a GM.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always warms my heart to hear you say that.
So, even being a temporary addition,
Well, I know you're not necessarily a massive fan of short shot characters, and so I tried my best to make it as enjoyable as possible for you. Interruptions notwithstanding.
Yeah, you know, it's fine. That's how it be.
So, thank you very much. definitely, hopefully, absolutely not the last time I intend to GM for you, and definitely not the last we'll see of Shizuka. But for now, that is the end of the session. I release all of you to go about your days. For the European folks, go get some sleep. For the Americans and otherwise, you're just getting started with your days. So, take care of each other.
Well, it's 5:30, but yeah.
5:30? Oh, it
Yeah,
is, isn't it?
it's
No, we
just-
started at
I mean,
11.
I'm-
We started at 11
I'm-
your time. That's right.
Yeah, no, we started at 1 our time.
Oh, my brain is entirely other places. Anyway,
That's fine. I will
Take care
see
of
you
yourselves.
tomorrow.
Weekend, so
it's a rough world out there. I love you all.
Mhm.
Always a pleasure. Right, yeah, we'll go ahead and transition out. Everybody else, you are free to go as you wish. I'm going to go ahead and hit the ending screen as I mute everything up. And yes, tomorrow, Genesis. Let's get back to it.
Finally, very
Yes.
excited to get back to that. I actually have maps. I know how to do things now.
Let's go.
and we have the new sheet.
Yes, and we have
New
the new
sheet,
sheet done by
overhauled
our
rules.
dear Tully.
Yeah, it is a bright new Genesis for Genesis.
Hooray! I'm gonna take a nap outside now. I've been outside while we were doing this. I love this headset. I can just sit outside and chill. I'm taking a nap
That's
right here.
amazing. I love that.
Ah,
There you go.
oh good.